much for tuning in to No Sound Bites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss. And I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, to subscribe, share, and leave us your comment. Your support helps reach more people and continue to bring you the hard discussions you won't hear anywhere else. All right, that's annoying me. Don't know why the intro was having some trouble starting up, but hello everybody and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is February 16th. I hope everyone had a great Valentine's Day. For those of you who are married, have a significant other, I hope you had the chance to spend time with them. If you're single, like I happen to be, well, I hope you had a good time watching a TV show, playing a video game, saving money, because Valentine's Day is expensive. Very expensive. But whichever way, I hope you had a great time, no matter how that worked out for you. But it's been quite the week right now. We have, yet again, another week of many changes, a lot of news, many things happening, and the news media doesn't know where to focus. The mainstream news media is trying to find the narrative that they can push to get their agenda out. And they missed focusing on a lot of the important details of some of the news that you may or most likely have not heard about. So we're going to try and cover some of those items. We're going to take your comments, your conversation, and we look forward to hearing to what you have to say. Because this live stream is a conversation. It's a conversation between me and you, no matter where you are in the world. Because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to speak about the government and the world that we all live in. Because it affects each and every one of us. And I know that certain governments and certain internet overlords don't like that. And they don't want you to realize you have the ability to change all of that. But on this channel, we do. And we will engage you. Whether you agree or disagree, we will always be respectful and enjoy having a conversation with you. That being said, I want to get into some of the interesting things that have been going on this week. We've got RFK. He got his confirmation. We have changes in the Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, we may be looking at a ceasefire, if not an entire peace in that region. We've got Hamas hostages being released, and Americans are important in that conversation. We have what's been happening across the United States. Democrats have admitted, the leadership have admitted they have failed, completely failed, and they have no idea what to do next. We're going to go into all of those stories and many, many others in just a moment. But before we get started with that, I did want to make sure, we always like to start off the program going over some of the breaking news. Then we go into the international. We usually take a break so I can walk my 14-year-old dog, and then we come back and deal with the domestic issues. Shouldn't have any distractions with the Super Bowl or any kind of sports ball at this moment, so we hope you'll be here with us for the show. Let me start with what I think is very important, which is the U.S. has now dropped the wording that we will not support Taiwan and their independence from China. Now, I know this has now hit the Chinese censors and the program is no longer available in China because I said that. That's all right. I don't like the Chinese Communist government anyway. But the fact is that we have now seen very much a reversal, 180 flip from the Biden-Harris and Obama-Biden administrations in the United States. We're now, by dropping that wording, by ignoring that or removing the statements that the United States recognizes, we in fact recognize Taiwan, well, that sends a message to China. And again, it reaffirms our willingness to defend Taiwan, to defend freedom, to curtail the growth of communism in the world. And it reminds China that they can't just go in and by force take over that nation, something that they said they were absolutely going to do under a weak president. And we no longer have that weak president in charge. So I think this is pretty big news. This came out about 4 or 5 hours ago that the State Department on its website changed the language. A lot of people say, but they just changed it on a website. They didn't, President Trump, we didn't see State Department Secretary Marco Rubio. We haven't seen a big announcement from the United States about it. It's not necessary. Because China is paying attention to this. China does monitor our website and the State Department website and any communications, any conversation about Taiwan. They already know. They knew it the second that the change was made, if not ahead of time. China was aware of this. So they have not responded as of this moment, but we do know that the United States is reaffirming in clear, unambiguous language that we do support Taiwan, that we do not support China, nor its claim to take over Taiwan by force or any other means, that it is an independent nation. I think this is positive news. It is breaking news. It just came out. China inevitably will have a comment later today about this. They absolutely will try to reaffirm their position, but the key that you should keep an eye out for is, how does China respond? Do they, as they did under the Biden-Harris administration, do they insult America? Do they belittle America and therefore belittle our leadership as well? Do they say that America is weak and that they can't do anything about it? Or does China say something far, far less inflammatory and far, far more tame? My money goes on number 2, not number 1, but we'll see. In addition, some other breaking news that you may not have heard about just before we came onto the program today, we see that the NAACP has put out a list of companies that no longer maintain DEI. That would include Disney, which has been shutting down its DEI. Most of the major corporations across America have been shuttering their DEI departments, not only because the United States government under the Trump administration is removing any and all aspects of DEI in the federal government, but they are seeing the opportunity now to follow suit because the DEI departments have failed unequivocally, absolutely, without any question or doubt. DEI has failed everywhere it has been attempted. Look at the LA Fire Department. Look at their DEI department. Listen to the head of the LA Fire Department DEI department as she stated to the public, she's not going to save you if there's a fire. It's your fault for being in a fire and expecting her as a member of the fire department to save your life. How dare you have an expectation for her to do the job that she was hired for, to be a fireman, to help save people from fires? How dare you expect that? You should be enlightened and just absolutely ecstatic that she would show up at a fire and you can bask in her glow, her just mere presence of being there and being a woman of color and having a sexual preference of whatever the hell it was. And that alone should allow you to take joy and assurance that everything will be fine. As everything burns and your family members still inside that burning building, she leaves them to die. That's DEI. That is the net result from DEI. And the NAACP is trying to push an emotional response to try and use DEI to somehow race grift and say, well, no, DEI is about black people. It's about supporting black people. No, it's about a quota system. It's about blind adherence to the whims of political elites. It's about equity, which has nothing to do with equality, and it has nothing to do with meritocracy. It's just virtue signaling. That's it. It's that simple. And the NAACP is looking to virtue signal and trying to convince that everyone in America, especially black people, should be upset that DEI is being removed. But I would beg to say the exact opposite should be the case. And I believe most African Americans and most people of color and women will be happy to see DEI gone because it removes the question, were you just the right checkbox for the job or were you the best person? And you can say, without DEI, you can say that you've been hired and whatever position you are in, any raise that you may receive, it's because you are the best person for the job, not because you have the right checkbox, not because the business will get a bonus, discount in taxes or some other benefit from the federal government. Removing DEI affirms that every person of color, every individual in America is valued as an individual based on their accomplishments as an individual, and not that they are some child that cannot achieve anything without the benefit of the federal government standing behind them. That's the big difference. That's the difference that I believe is key in equity and in DEI. DEI is dehumanizing. So is intersectionality. So is the entire progressive movement. It is dehumanizing. You are not a person. You are a checklist. A checklist that may or may not have priority based on someone's ambiguous ranking of your attributes, your inherent attributes, things that you were born with and cannot change. And because of that arbitrary ranking, you may or may not have more political worth to certain political organizations. That is not valuing you as an individual. And I feel sad that the NAACP feels the need to try and race grift, to try and preserve this program that is in the least advantage of people of color. It is the most negative trait that the government can push forward. It is the worst thing long term for people of color and people of different groups, ethnicities, whatever it may be in the nation. That is my belief. Not everyone will agree. Oh my God, we got Grace talking to us already. And thank you, Grace, for being the first one on the channel. Let's see. Grace says, oh, wait a minute. I left out. Bingo. There's a comment. Sorry. Grace says, China is really paying attention to us now, and they aren't taking the U.S. as a joke now. No, they're not, because they have a president who isn't a zombie, who isn't there just part-time, and they recognize that. They recognize that whether you agree with President Trump or not, he is in the Oval Office more than 6 hours a day. He's in 7 days a week. He is aware of the issues that are facing America, and he has a plan. Whether or not you agree with that plan is separate. He has a plan, and he has a focus, and he is trying to achieve his goals, which many and most Americans, about 54%, according to most recent polling, approve of his goal and his plan. And he has the will to make this happen. China is paying attention. You are right, Grace. Grace goes on to say, I haven't seen strength like this since right after 9/11. I would have to agree. Perhaps the next most strong president would be Ronald Reagan, historically. Pretty much. I mean, G.W. Bush was not a weak president, but he wasn't exceptionally strong either. He was passionate about America, but he wasn't what I would necessarily define as a strong leader. Not weak, but middle of the road. He was middle of the road with a lot of passion for America and the American people. And I couldn't say that while Clinton and Obama aren't dumb, I'm not saying they're dumb presidents, they weren't strong presidents. They had a popular presence. They were charismatic, absolutely. But charisma is not strength. And we saw that many, many times. How many times did Obama tell Syria that he's drawing another red line in the sand, don't cross it? And Syria did. He wasn't taken seriously internationally. And that might be a direct result of the first thing that Obama did when he won the election was to go around the world and apologize for American exceptionalism. In fact, he decried that American exceptionalism had ended. He was trying to end the superiority of the United States, that we were the and are the most free, most rich, and best defended nation in the world at the time and at this time. He didn't believe in America, and so he was weak. And as a result of that, not only were things like Syria an example and the problems that we had with Yemen and the Houthis, but also we saw that Russia went into the Ukraine for the first time in 2013 under the Obama administration, and Obama basically appeased Russia by giving them the Crimea and then allowing Russia to build up its forces to then go in under the Biden administration and to try and take over the Ukraine, which we are now dealing with. We will talk more about that shortly. So I do agree with you, Grace, very much so. Again, you don't have to love Donald Trump for these things to be true. They are factual. Whether you like it or not, that's another thing. Oh, and speaking of some of the things that some people will not like, it is also, we see that, and we'll go into this more in a moment, but the Ukraine is not going to be attending U.S.-Russia talks that will be taking place in Saudi Arabia. This is according to the BBC News. This came out about half an hour ago. This news came out. It is now being reported. We'll talk more about the Russia-U.S. talks for a ceasefire and or peace in the war with the Ukraine. We'll be having a conversation about that just in a moment. Why does this picture show Keir Starmer? For those who don't know, the man on the rightmost of the image with the glasses, that's Keir Starmer. He's the Prime Minister of England. He is an insane leftist, and he's destroying England. Don't have to believe me. Look at the coverage from England itself, the United Kingdom, and they will tell you he is failing. He has abysmal ratings, approval ratings in the United Kingdom. Standing next to him is the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, an individual who wants to get America out of, or to get Europe to not support the United States. As he said in 2023, March of 2023, he wants to turn Europe against the United States and to focus on China, the communist nation, and try and become friendlier with them, to have more business deals with China, to have more of a political focus to support China, not the United States. It's not like we didn't step into France, into Europe twice to save France. So it's kind of funny that now he wants to be part of China, even though we're the ones who saved his country twice. But let's go on. I won't dwell on that. So that's the breaking news that came out just before the show started. I wanted to make sure that you were aware of some of these items because you may not hear about them, or you may hear about them with quite a bit of spin attached. And you may not agree with my opinion. That's perfectly fine. I am a Republican. I am conservative. So some people watching the show, some of the far left who watch the program, may be hate watching and hating everything I say, but I am providing you the sources of why I come to the conclusions that I do. And at the end of the show, about an hour afterwards, I'll be putting up the links to every source of everything that I'm speaking about so that you can go back for yourself and make your own decision. Because I value you, not only as a member of my audience, but because you're a human being, you're an adult, and you're intelligent, and you can, if you want to find out more, you will, and then come to your own decision. Because I respect you. You don't get that at CNN or MSNBC. They'll tell you what you're supposed to feel and how you should feel it, and they will only tell you the things that will help promote their political agenda. Then they won't be honest about it. They'll tell you, oh, but they're neutral, they're fair and balanced, and they have no influence whatsoever from government funding, like from U.S. aid. They'll tell you that they have no political preference as they shill for the Democratic Party and the progressive movement. At least I'm honest with you. I think that counts. I think that matters. So, I did want to cover some housekeeping information with you guys before we go further. I am, for a while now, people know, I do have the ability to monetize the channel. It's monetized on Rumble. It is available for monetization on YouTube. Took us a decade to be able to get there. But YouTube has given us some problems in terms of the monetization. We're also waiting from documents from the IRS. So when I know some have asked about doing super chats, it's not possible on YouTube right now because of the IRS delay in some of the documentation they're sending me and YouTube being YouTube. But you can always go over to Rumble while we are live. You can do a Rumble rant, is the equivalent of a super chat, and you can do that, and it's cheaper on Rumble than it is on YouTube to do a super chat or a Rumble rant. You get to type more for less money on Rumble than you can on YouTube. So I would recommend the Rumble, not the YouTube, just so you know. I did also want to highlight that last week I've been talking to a New York City Council candidate, Jason Murillo. This week I was over in Staten Island talking with the Staten Island City Council candidate, Frank Morano. You may know, or is it Morano? I apologize. It's Italian, and I don't know if it's Moreno or Morano. I always get it wrong in my head. But I was at the event that was on Thursday, on the 13th, day before Valentine's Day, and I was able to go to his event and to ask him a question. This is something that the mainstream news media has not covered. The mainstream news media, no one showed up. They didn't cover this event. They're not making the public aware of what looks like, by odds and by enthusiasm, seems to be the candidate to win the New York City Council race in Staten Island. And I had a question for him. I want you to hear the question. This is a short. I have a more full video up already, but let's go over this.
Why would you get into politics?
You know, it's a great question, and this is something that I wrestled with quite a bit, honestly, sincerely. I know people say they have, but I really did. And it's, to be honest, quite a sacrifice because, at least for a couple of months, I'm going to be really without income, which when you have a 3-year-old and a wife and a mortgage, that's a huge risk for a job that you may not win. And honestly, it all comes down to the fact that I grew up here on Staten Island, and it is a great place to live, and it was a great place to grow up. And I have a 3-year-old, and when he's old enough to move elsewhere, as every single other person that I grew up with did, they all moved to Jersey, Brooklyn, Pennsylvania, Arizona. I want to be able to tell him that I did everything I could to keep him here, and that's really what it comes down to.
Okay. So it's about family. It's about community.
It's a place that I love, and I want to keep it the wonderful place that it was when I grew up.
Is there any better reason to run?
I hope not.
All right.
Thank
Folks,
you, Michael.
You've had the chance to hear a little bit about it. Please do go and check out Frank Morano, the Republican who's running in Staten Island. Please pay attention. The special election, the primary, and in November, all three matter. I want you to be involved.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, so just so you know, again, this was exclusive content. I was, I believe, the only member of the news media that appeared in Staten Island on Thursday to cover the event, to be able to speak to the candidate and to let you, the public, know more about who he is. Now, many people may be aware he's a radio host on WABC, and he has a large audience. He's been doing it a long time. So he's kind of my peer in the political commentary and talk news format, and obviously far bigger, far more important. We'll talk about Nicole Malotakis and Don Donovan and a few others that appeared at his event. Larry Sharp was there as well. I'll be happy to talk about that a little bit later in the program, but I wanted you to know that this existed, that the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk to you about that race, just like they don't want to talk to you about the race in Manhattan. Why is this important? Because what the news media is covering are certain Democrats that are running in those races. We're going to get to that a little bit later in the program, but I think the contrast is important. Who are the news media telling you about and who they're trying to promote instead of trying to promote valid candidates that have greater resumes. They're more loved by the public. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later in the program. Let me go on. Where was I? There I am. Okay. But we want to talk a little bit about the international. Mind you, folks, at any time, if you have a different question, if you think there's something I didn't answer, or if you want to know some more details, a different subject, just let me know. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, D Live, a couple of other websites as well. Please just type it in. I'll be happy to answer your questions or your Rumble rants, whichever you wish to choose. But I wanted to talk about Javier Milei. Now, a lot of people aren't familiar with him, and I think it's pretty important that we talk about this guy. He is the Prime Minister of Argentina. He is a libertarian in his mindset and his political ideology. He's been changing Argentina in a manner that no one ever believed could be possible. He loves to be known for trying to take a chainsaw, literally, to government, to fix the problems that have long destroyed this nation. And he's been pretty successful at it. I mean, he took the inflation rate in Argentina was about 2,000% per month. Let me say it again, about 2,000% per month. And he lowered it down to 23% per month. Now, in the United States, 23% a month would be devastating. It's insane. Here in the United States, we don't even get a 1% increase in or movement in inflation in any given month. we're talking about 2-3% inflation, or under the Biden administration, about 11% per year. But Milei is talking about double digits per month. And in Argentina, that is a massive, incredible success story. The news media likes to focus on, oh, but they have double digit inflation. Yeah, that's down from 4-digit inflation. That's a huge improvement. He has done a phenomenal, we're talking about more than 90% reduction in the amount of inflation that the people of Argentina have been suffering. And this has been going on for more than a year that he's been in charge. I think we're in the middle of year 2, and he's been doing great. But he has a lot of enemies that most people aren't aware of. There's a lot of people who like the status quo. Same thing here in the United States. They enjoy the status quo. They like to maintain their power. They don't like to do anything that they feel is uncomfortable because they want you to obey them. And they don't like change because they've already made their deals to get their kickbacks. That's just the fact. We see that in government after government all across the nation. And so in Argentina, they have been looking for a way to get rid of Javier Milei. And one of the most recent things that we have seen that they have attempted to do is that he is now being threatened with impeachment. Now, what did he do to get impeachment? Did he talk to another nation on a phone call and somehow bribe them or threaten them? Which didn't happen in the United States, but Donald Trump got impeached for that. But was it something like that? Did Javier Milei do something like try and start a war? No. Supposedly, the news is that Javier Milei, who is a fan of cryptocurrencies, was supporting a new cryptocurrency. That cryptocurrency turned out to be somewhat of a scam, and it failed. And he backed off of his support of this crypto program. And because people lost millions of dollars, Javier Milei is being blamed for that it was somehow part of his scheme, that somehow he was grifting the public for this product he did not build, but he may have supported temporarily, and he's being grilled for that, and they want to impeach him to then transition Argentina back to the system that was in place previously that had 2,000% inflation on a monthly basis on the Argentinian people, to regain their stranglehold over the lives of the Argentinian people. So there's a bunch of ways that people feel about this. Let me clarify that while I have been impressed by Javier Milei and his changes to his government, changes that no one thought could be done, that he would not be, much like what we're seeing with Donald Trump. People, when Javier Milei was elected, people were saying it's impossible. You can't change a government that much in so little time, in such a massive degree. But he proved you can. And to that, I must give him great credit. It takes a lot of strength of will. It takes a lot of fearlessness. There were a lot of people who did not like him and wanted to string him up at the nearest tree. And he has withstood all of the complaints, all of the arguments, and he has done probably the best that Argentina has seen in half a century, if not more. Do I think he did something wrong here? Not sure. I'm not sure that I can trust the news media reports on this either. The news media have been negatively targeting Javier Milei since the day he got elected. They have been trying to embarrass him and to get him kicked out of office by every means possible, because he doesn't fit the political agenda of most news agencies and political organizations around the world. So I do look at this with a pound of salt. It does appear that, at least temporarily, Javier Milei may have supported this cryptocurrency, saying that it was something that people could buy, that it was of interest. And it seems that he may not have known the background of this cryptocurrency, the owners and the individuals involved in it. Now, I was talking about this with my friend Kit Cabello at Hard Lens Media earlier today, Sunday. And he was talking about this story, and this is part of why I decided I wanted to cover this. And Kit was talking about his reservations about cryptocurrency. Let me restate. I think cryptocurrency is the greatest bubble that we have seen since the Dutch tulip craze. And it will be devastating. When this bubble bursts, it will be absolutely devastating to nations around the planet. It will be a massive recession because of it. It will have a dramatic and drastic impact on many people's lives. And I know there's people who are going to say, Mike, it's crypto. Crypto is great. I don't agree. And I know people are making money off of crypto. I wish I was in at the earlier stages of Bitcoin. Absolutely. Why? Because it went up. Just because something makes you a profit, just because you can take advantage of the surge in interest, does not mean that it's a valid investment. I'll put the point out there, NFTs. NFTs, if you are in on the early stages of NFTs, you made a ton of money. And today, NFTs are worthless because the concept, the background, the asset base of NFTs are non-existent. It's not a real product. And so it has no real basis for its value other than feelings. And as long as people felt NFTs were valuable, they had value and the price went up. The moment people said, yeah, but it's not actually worth anything, the value crashed. And that's why no one talks about NFTs now, because they were worthless. But they were always worthless. It's just that at one point, there was a lot of hype behind it, and hype makes money. There is a lot in the crypto markets that is exactly the same thing. I know there are people out there who love their Bitcoin or whatever coin, and they'll say, oh, Mike, you just don't understand. I'm a former stockbroker, did it for a decade. I do understand financials. I do understand investing. I do understand the analysis of the assets of a financial product. Don't tell me I don't understand. I do. I've worked with millions of dollars in the financial markets for years upon years upon years. So yes, I do understand. I've been fully licensed. I do understand. I just don't agree that crypto is a solid investment. It's not a long-term investment. At any point, the emotion will come out of the crypto markets and it will crash. At any moment, someone will take advantage. And what we're seeing here with Javier Milei, I think, is a very big warning for people. And this is something, call it a public service announcement. Please be very careful if you choose to buy crypto. You may or may not. I'm not giving financial advice. I'm telling you my opinion. That if you're going to buy crypto, please check out the background of what's going on. This is very much like the IPO craze in the financial markets in the late 1990s, early 2000s. This was under the internet bubble, and we saw everybody going, internet everything, yes, and IPOs would come out, brand new company would go public, and it would make tons of money because they were the internet. Brick and mortar stores would no longer exist. That's what everyone was saying then. It didn't make any sense. And while you were riding that high, a lot of people make millions and millions of dollars overnight. And then it crashed because reality came back eventually. At some point, emotion fades and people have to look at the financial assets and the real value. And then it crashes. And I know people will say, blockchain. Blockchains aren't assets. That may be an assurance of the originality of it. Okay, so you have a share that is verified. Fantastic. That does not give me an asset value. Just doesn't. It just tells me that it's authentic. Doesn't tell me that it has a value. That value is emotional because there is no asset behind most of these cryptocurrencies. And what we're seeing in in Argentina, Argentina may well be the biggest example of how dangerous cryptocurrency could be. It may, in fact, take down a decent world leader who has been helping his people more than anything else, more than anyone has done in decades. And it could be said that it seems like he may have, to some degree, I don't understand how much, he may have actually endorsed or advocated this cryptocurrency that turned out to be a scam. He may not have understood that it was. He may have realized it too late before he could really help people, before the scam took place. But it happened because no one decided to say, what's the asset base here? The blockchain didn't change. It just wasn't a good product. And people took advantage of the eagerness and the hype that is behind crypto. People wanted to get rich overnight. Okay, let's get that home run. I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow. And they got scammed. And that may have included the leader of Argentina. You think you've lost a lot. Imagine losing your entire country. That is a warning about cryptocurrency. Whether you like it or not, again, is up to you. Let me go to the comments because I'm sure somebody is yelling at me about cryptocurrency, and they're going to say the infamous words, Mike, you just don't understand. Because they always say, you just don't understand, when they don't have a better argument about what you do understand. But let's see. Joel is with us. Hello, Joel. And Joel says, Central and South American governments are a special kind of corrupt. Yes, they are. And we have decades upon decades of examples of that. Joel goes on to say, it seems like it is an accepted way of life for these countries. It has become so. I mean, if there was any argument about it, we would have seen, to be fair, their governments do topple on a regular basis. I mean, they're not very stable. Let's be honest about that. They go a couple of decades, and then there's a coup, and then there's a new government with a new goal. We see the juntas take over on a regular basis. This is not unusual. So it is very unstable, but I have to say, Javier Milei has provided the best opportunity for long-term improvement in Argentina, in South America, that we've seen in a long, long time. I would like to see him have more success. Not only because it would help Argentinian people, which is nice, but because it would be an example for the rest of the world that when we have strong leaders with visionary ideas and they seek to reduce the debt and the waste in their nations to eliminate corruption, people will no longer say it can't be done and will say, let's give it a try. And that, I think, can help improve both the financial markets and the quality of life for many people around the world. Let's try to get rid of the corruption. Let's try to reduce the debt. Let's try to improve the quality of life of those in my own country. And if each country can do that, even a little bit, if you can knock off 10% of the corruption across the globe in each and every nation, the world would be so much better. The quality of life for everyone in the world will be improved dramatically because of that. And global stability will be much, much higher because people's quality of life is that much better. So it's a goal that I would like to see, which is one of the reasons I would like to see Javier Milei do better, even though I don't agree with him on everything. Let's see. User has been banned says they've been paid by the United States International Development developers. Is that what you mean there? To smear him. Well, yes. Again, we have seen that Javier Milei has been smeared on the campaign trail and since on an international basis. But the Argentinian people wanted to see change. They got tired of having 2,000% inflation on a monthly basis. They said, much like we're seeing here in the United States, they said, we've seen the lies. The lies have been consistent and everyone has failed. Why not give him a try? Why not go down this different path? Because it might work. And if it doesn't, we're no worse off than we were before. Everyone else failed. So if he fails, there's nothing new. But if he succeeds even a little bit, life will be much better. And so far, they've gotten the better part of the deal. Things got better. It's not perfect, not resolved, but it's better. It's kind of like here in the United States. We were lied to consistently by president after president, looking at Joe Biden, Obama specifically, lied to our faces, told we have to transform, that we have to obey, that we can't ask questions. How dare you not take the experimental medication? How dare you ask questions about how the government is spending your money? You have to obey. You have to agree with DEI. Have to. Otherwise, you're some kind of istrophobe. Don't ask questions. Don't look at the fact that you're not getting a return on this investment. No. Just obey. And here comes Donald Trump saying, you know what? Let's try something different. How about we cut the size of government? Because government is bloated and it's useless. How about we make the government a little bit more effective, a little bit more efficient? How about that as an idea? And the public said, can't be worse than being lied to day after day. Hunter Biden laptop, lied to. Cocaine in the White House, lied to. The Russia, lied to. How about the spending, lied to. Well, we can't be. Joe Biden is as sharp as a tack. He's mentally a giant. Lied to our faces over and over and over again. We got everyone out of Afghanistan. Lied to your face over and over again. So why not? Why not try something different? Let's see. Grace says, I think the crypto crash is going to be bigger than the Enron scandal. I agree with you on crypto. Again, I know there's some people going to say, but Mike, you just don't understand crypto, or this particular crypto thing is better than all the other crypto things. Fine. You can make those arguments, and I'm not saying I am perfect on crypto. I'm not. But I will tell you that the core problem and the number one thing that makes any financial investment worthwhile is, what is the asset? At the end of the day, what is that core asset worth? Whether that's a good or a service or some original raw material, you can get a book value. You can get an asset value. Where's the asset value in crypto? Blockchain? No, that's a verification. What's the asset? What's the thing that actually is the basis of the value? Feelings. Feelings fade. Feelings change all the time. Look at all the clothing designers that they come out, like Donna Karan at one time was a phenomenal, oh, this brand is the best brand ever. And it went public and it's going to do fantastic, phenomenally forever. Who talks about Donna Karan anymore? How about Krispy Kreme? Oh my God, they're opening a Krispy Kreme every week somewhere in the United States. Everyone's going to eat a Krispy Kreme donut. How could you not spend $10 on a donut? This thing is going to make money forever. Who's talking about Krispy Kreme now? It's not that we don't have companies that will surprise people and make a lot of money. They do exist. It does happen. But at the same time, eventually, those companies, no matter how explosive the growth initially, no matter how much the trend pushes them forward, they eventually get evaluated based on their assets and their real value, and the price is correct. And if you know that, you're prepared for it. If you don't know that, you lose your money. As a stockbroker, I watched that happen year after year after year. Not to say I was perfect, but I was good at my job. And I watched people year after year lose money because, no, but you don't understand, Mike. This is going to go to $100. It won't make it to 15. No, you just don't understand, Mike. It made it to 7, and then it fell off the face of the earth. I saw it happen a lot, over and over again. But again, I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm giving you an understanding. You can choose to do whatever you wish with that. And if there's someone who's going to say, Mike, you just don't understand crypto, I understand it more than you think. Give me a better argument. User says, I refuse to call the United States Agency for International Development USAID. It's misleading. Well, user has been banned. Most of the agencies, most of the legislation that is passed in the United States or pretty much anywhere in the world is always misleading. They're always lying to you about, it sounds so fantastic. This is going to be so helpful. The New York Safe Act. What a wonderful name. It's going to make everything better. No one will ever get shot again. Okay, it didn't work because it was crap. It was illegal, unconstitutional, and it's ineffective because criminals don't care. But the Safe Act, it's called safe in it. How can it not be good? Yeah, we hear this all the time. Lots of the Environmental Protection Agency. Fantastic. What a great name. Are they actually protecting the environment? Are they helping to make people's lives better? Well, as often as not, no. Too much red tape, too ineffective, doesn't have a real focus. What were they doing? How effective were they in helping the people in East Palestine, Ohio? Seems to not be very good at their job. So, I agree with you. Everyone says USAID because it's easier than saying the entire name, but this is very true of bills and legislation that we see constantly. It's part of the gimmick that they say the name so you think it must be good because it sounds good. And they're trying to make sure you don't read the details. It's kind of like when people look at headlines, they're on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever platform, and they're only reading the headline. And the headline said, Trump is guilty or Biden is mentally a giant. Everything, the left or the right are lying to you. That's all they read is the headline. They didn't read the story. They didn't check the news. They didn't look at the poll. They just go with the headline because it sounds great. And then when you actually get into the details, you find out there's an entirely different story going on. That there's entirely different realities being provided to you if you read it more, if you delve into it, but you're not expected to. In fact, you're not encouraged to. That's why on the nightly news, these major stories that we talk about on this program for 15 minutes, an hour, the nightly news may cover in 30 seconds or less. Because you're not supposed to ask a question. You're not supposed to think about it. You're supposed to just agree and obey and stay silent. Vote Democrat. That's it. That's all you're supposed to do. No matter how it may affect your life and the world around us. You're not supposed to ask questions. So that's why they use these names. And the better the name sounds of any piece, here's a word of advice. 57 years I've been on this face of the earth almost. I want you to take this bit of advice. If the name of a bill sounds incredibly positive, incredibly good, read it because it's not. It is almost inevitably going to be the opposite of good. It is almost absolutely inevitably going to be corrupt, ineffective, and inefficient. It is going to waste your time and your money, and it will achieve nothing. The better the name of the bill, the worse it's going to be. Almost every single time. Just read the bill. Don't forget the title. Look at the bill. Look at what it actually does. Almost every time, the better the name, the worse the legislation is. At least that's been my experience. Okay. Let me move on. What happened here? Oh, there it is. So, we have a few international. Oh, yes. And Grace said, you are right on the core asset. Look at the top stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. Well, yeah. And pretty much every stock on any exchange has a core value, has a core asset. Even companies that are losing money have a core asset. They just happen to spend more or are developing it, but they have core assets. They have core values. It's just a fact. All right, let me move on from the crypto. Again, I look forward to seeing all the comments after the show live from all the crypto people going, "Ma, you just don't understand. You're so evil. Crypto's great." Yeah, okay, whatever. By the way, I don't agree with governments putting out crypto, and that's what we're going to see next. The next part of this wave is going to be individual governments issuing crypto. Now, let me go back to this. The next wave of crypto is actually going to be from governments taking advantage of this tulip craze, where governments are going to issue their own cryptocurrencies. And they're going to say it's going to be backed on that government, not the assets of the government, but the government itself. So kind of like when you look at a dollar bill and it says, "In God we trust." Well, the cryptocurrency, say for the United States, this is something that is real. They are trying to promote this, to push this out, that there will be an official United States cryptocurrency. And they're going to try and put it out there, and it will be based on trust and faith in the American government, not the assets of the United States government. And I don't agree with that. That's not, it sounds great. Well, the United States, it's got a great government. The United States is wonderful. Yeah, but it's not based on the assets, not the oil, not the gold, not the uranium or any other asset. It's based on the government. Well, the government's not an asset. If anything, the government's a liability. So why would I trust that? And here's the other problem with the government owning crypto. They can determine the value anytime they want to. So they can turn it off anytime they want to. Not just the entire currency, they can turn it off on an individual basis. Oh, you said something about a politician they don't like? Your blockchain that they created gets turned off. You can't buy anything. Oh, you are in a political party that the current party in government doesn't like. You can't buy anything. Your crypto is not being accepted anywhere. These are the things that governments can do when they have control of the blockchain, when they created the cryptocurrency, and you are forced to accept it. Why? Because the federal government's only paying its workers in the federal government's cryptocurrency. You don't have a dollar to actually buy or sell. You only have federal crypto, and they can turn it off or change its value or limit the amount that you have anytime they want to, and you have no control. No, I don't like government crypto either. That's not the answer. Anyway, I said I was going to go on. I'm going to go on. I'm going to go to the next thing. Because we're talking about international, and since we are talking about banking a bit, foreign applicants for Thai banks. Now, we do have a few viewers I know who are in Southeast Asia. In particular, we do have one of our audience members that I know of who's pretty common on the chat, who is in Thailand now, a United States national who went to Thailand because you can live well. The American dollar translates very well into Thailand. And they went there, and right now in Thailand, the government is shutting down bank accounts of foreigners. A lot of people don't know about this. It just came out, today. The news is coming out that they have been shutting down foreign banks and delaying the ability of foreigners to be able to access their income, their money in a bank. So you can't open a bank account, or if you have a bank account, it is now frozen for an unknown amount of time. According to the news that is coming out, and again, this is the latest news that I'm hearing, so it just came out. It is possible that they have an unknown amount of time where your money will be inaccessible in Thailand if you are a foreigner. Now, one of the key things, and I think this is important, and people should think about this, if anyone is traveling overseas, this is something that we're going to see more of, so I want you to be aware of it. Whether you're out for a vacation, a business meeting, moving to another country, something to keep in mind. The government is identifying accounts where the name of that bank account doesn't match the name of the individual, either on ID or on their phones, their cell phones. Literally, they are using cell phones to confirm the identity of the person and that bank account. And so if you have a business cell phone and you have a bank account in your personal name, your account will be frozen because it might be fraudulent according to the Thai government. Or the other way around. You have the phone is in your name, but the bank account's in your business's name. Or that there is, you have a different name. I don't know, your girlfriend, your husband, your family, whomever might be paying your cell phone bill, and you have a bank account in your name. Or any other permutation where this doesn't match up, where the name of a bank account or does not match any of the assets or IDs that you may have. And the reason why they're shutting this down officially is because they're trying to investigate corruption, gangs, terrorism, different aspects of crime that they're trying to get a handle on. Now, any government could do this at any time, anywhere in the world. And so people should be aware that if your name, and this includes the United States, if your name is not matching other data that you have out there that is tied to your finances, this could happen to you. It's happening right now in Thailand. I guarantee you that in many, many countries around the world, it is also happening. It's not getting attention because it's not done maybe on a national level, but it's being done at a local or state level. So keep in mind, and just keep that in mind, especially if you're overseas, because if you're overseas from your home country, you have far, far, far fewer rights than if you're in your own home country. And if a government is freezing your assets, there's not really anything any other government can do to unfreeze your assets. It's not like the United States is going to go and said, "Oh, Joe, you had your assets frozen in Thailand? Well, we're going to put out, I don't know, an embargo. We're going to put in tariffs until they release Joe, that one individual's bank account in Thailand." It's not going to happen. It would take an act of the government, and there's no way that the government's going to assault another government or challenge another government for one citizen. No, that's not going to happen. So you have to be aware of these things. And again, this is being reported. This is the criteria that's coming from Thailand. This is why they are doing this. Again, to fight crime and corruption. But they are also, in that very big net they are throwing out, they are also getting foreign nationals that happen to be on vacation or business or living in Thailand at this time. So keep that in mind. And we don't know when that may end. So if you are overseas, especially Southeast Asia, anytime, this is something I want you to be aware of. Not a lot of channels are talking about this. Probably almost no one else on the internet in America is mentioning this, but I think it's important. And happy life, I hope you are okay. Please keep this in mind. Make sure that you have a way to verify yourself and to tie that to your accounts, just in case. I don't know if everyone, since not everyone is aware of that, I do want them to be aware of that because I worry about my audience. At the same time, in Thailand, remember how we've heard over and over again that slavery doesn't exist? We've beaten slavery, and slavery is just an American thing. I keep hearing that. And this is, of course, February is Black History Month. This would be the second time I've even talked about Black History Month on this channel in 2025. I almost never do. Well, guess what? Slavery isn't an American thing, and it exists right now in the world because it's called human trafficking. Human trafficking is slavery. There is no difference. They're the same thing. Sex trafficking is human trafficking, is slavery. There is no difference. It just sounds nicer. And you know what? My channel probably would not be suppressed as much as it did if I just went with the, it's human trafficking. Don't mention the word slavery. Don't mention the word slavery. It's sexual trafficking. Sex trafficking. Well, don't mention the word slavery. Don't mention the word slavery. Because as soon as I say slavery, then, now we're going to suppress your channel. How dare you mention that? Even though you're black, even though you're an American, even though this is 2025 and not 1865. Yep, you can't say that. Nope, no. I don't get it. But the fact is, we know Thailand received 260 victims of human trafficking, of slavery from Myanmar, who are mostly Ethiopians. Yes, Africans that are slaves. Again, it happens. It's been happening. Africa is filled with slavery. Filled it. Boko Haram are slavers. They slave trade. That is what they do. So, for all those people who can't seem to get it, and they think and they want, Black History Month is about black Americans who were slaves, and America beat slavery, but we have to keep fighting against slavery in America. This is what slavery looks like in the world. There are more slaves in the world today than in 1860. That's a fact. Those slaves, many of them, still come from Africa. It isn't the biggest issue in America. It is a global issue. Slavery is not an American issue. Get that straight. We can have a better conversation and we can try and deal with the issues far better when we're being intellectually honest about what we're talking about. We can actually focus in on the problem if we're intellectually honest about what we're talking about. As this article from CNN is highlighting, criminal gangs have trafficked hundreds of thousands of people. Gangs have enslaved hundreds of thousands of people and forced them to work illegally in online operations that generates billions across Southeast Asia. There you go. Slavery. It exists. It makes gangs billions of dollars today in 2025. Slavery isn't an American issue. It's a global issue. It's an ongoing global problem. Stop busting people's balls in America about slavery in the 1800s. There's a bigger issue, and it's happening right now. Let's be intellectually honest about it. To quote, after screening the group and verifying their nationalities, it was found that there were 20 different nationalities. When the Thai government broke up this slavery ring, they found people from 20 different nations. Slavery exists. It's global. It affects people from everywhere, including a Chinese actor who is the reason why they found the slave ring. These slavers were stupid enough to want to go out and to convince a Chinese actor to come to Thailand and captured them and were selling this individual as part of their slave ring. And that caught the attention of the Chinese government, the Thai government, international governments, and they said, oh, we've got to find these guys to find that actor. They brought in a lot of heat on themselves. They got someone famous, and as a consequence, they got caught. Now, it does tell us something that's very important, because it's just like here in the United States, where we have illegal immigration. And we've been told for decades, we can't do anything about it. We can't get rid of the illegal aliens. We can't find all these violent, illegal alien criminals. We can't find them. We don't know where they are. It would be too expensive and too difficult to capture them and to deport them. It can't be done. And then here comes Donald Trump, and in a week, he proved it can be done. In fact, state governments know exactly where these people are. Many states, like New York State, not only have they been protecting these illegal aliens, and I mean that exactly, like the The federal government will ask ICE, will go to New York State, the DMV, and say, is this, you know where this person is? You gave them, this illegal alien, you gave them an ID card. What's the address? Where is that person at? New York State would say, no, we can't tell you because you're immigration. You're going to deport that person because they're an illegal alien. We can't tell you, which is a violation of law. And then the New York DMV would turn around and notify that illegal alien that is lawfully being sought by the federal government and tell them, oh, by the way, ICE is looking for you. The government's trying to deport you. They know they may find out your address. Just wanted you to know. That is a crime. Kind of like AOC most recently. We'll get to her in a moment. But they were telling people that's a crime. And that helped to promote human trafficking and sex trafficking and child trafficking. In other words, slavery. New York State promoted slavery. I know, CNN doesn't say it like that. MSNBC doesn't say it like that. But that's what they did. Democrats don't say it that way. But that's what they did. Progressives absolutely will not say it that way, and they don't see it that way, but that is what they did. It has to be called out. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I don't think it's just me. I think when people think about these things, when we're being intellectually honest, when we're saying things as they exist, as it really is happening, I think people understand and go, yeah, I get it. You're right. But we get lied to so often, so much, on so many levels, so that this political organization or that political group or that individual, that politician is able to take advantage. We get lied to so often that we stop listening. We need to actually use just plain English and tell people the truth. Be so much more effective. Yes, sometimes I'm a bit of an idealist. Let's see. Let me go back to comments real quick. And Joel says, I don't understand the people mining Bitcoin. What are their computers actually doing? That's a long conversation. Long conversation there, Joel. Grace says, if you want to fight human trafficking, aka slavery in the U.S., close the border. That is one of the critical steps. Yes. Yes. Close the border. All the Democrats, I hate to say this to my audience who's Democrat or progressive. I know you're hate watching, but the fact is, everyone who supported open borders supported slavery in the United States. That's a fact. Because of those open borders and the people who were trekking thousands of miles with drug cartels, that millions of these individuals were pulled off and turned into drug mules and sex slaves and just human slaves. That's just a fact. That open border encouraged and increased the net amount of slavery, not just in the United States, but in the world. We need to do something about that. First part is close the border. Joe says, Paul Tonko out of the New York 20th District, and he's a member of Congress, put out information for illegal aliens to deal with ICE. Don't talk to them. Don't answer the door. Call a lawyer. Well, Paul Tonko, who is a Democrat, is not alone in that. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez also did the same thing. So did Ilhan Omar. So we have multiple Democratic members of Congress who are advising and encouraging individuals in the United States to break the law. They are aiding and abetting in a crime. And if some of those individuals are terrorists, and we know that some of them are terrorists because we had a 3,400% increase in the amount of known and suspected terrorists that came into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. So it is possible that a known or suspected terrorist has entered the United States and is getting advice from Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or Paul Tonko. Therefore, they are supporting terrorism. And they should be punished for that. because their words have gone out internationally. And there are terrorists, potentially, in the United States. Matter of fact, guaranteed, there are some terrorists who've come into the United States through the open border program, and they are now taking advice from these members of Congress. That is a federal crime. That is aiding and abetting terrorism. It is a violation of multiple laws, in fact, and they should be held accountable and they should be arrested. I know there's going to be a Democrat out there. How you can't say that about AOC? She's fantastic. She's also aiding and abetting a crime. It's a fact. She actually helped people to break the law, to be not held accountable for violating United States law. Now, you can tell me, oh, but she's protesting. Protesting does not alleviate you of the consequences of breaking the law. I'll give you a great example. Dr. Martin Luther King, it's, Black History Month. Let's go with this. Dr. Martin Luther King would march with thousands of people in the South to highlight and to protest Jim Crow laws, horrible racist laws throughout the South. And he would march with thousands of people, and they would get arrested. Not a handful of them, all of them. Hundreds of people would get arrested, and they would be thrown in jail. And unlike what we see under the Biden administration, unlike what happened in New York in 2021 with the Black Lives Matter protests, no, and I shouldn't even call them protests, they were arsons. These people, 2021, 2022, charges were just dropped. Dr. Martin Luther King got arrested over and over and over again. He went to jail over and over and over again. Was he right? Yes. He was doing the right thing. He was standing up for the right cause. And he went to jail over and over again because it was the right thing to do. Because he was standing up and he knew he had to fight the law. But that did not make the law invalid. It didn't mean that he didn't have to suffer the consequence for his protest. He had to go and suffer. He had to be convicted. He had to have a fine. He had to go to jail so that he could fight in the court. He had to go through that. AOC is like, you can't arrest me. I'm protesting. That means you go to jail. Dr. Martin Luther King went to jail. If you're not willing to go to jail for the protest that you have made, that broke the law, that you willfully, knowingly broke the law, then you aren't serious. You're just using a political gimmick. You're just using people's emotions to be able to get more donations and to get more political advantage. Go to jail. You want to support the illegal aliens? You want to support crime in America? That's for Paul Tonko. That's for AOC, Ilhan Omar. Let's go through a whole slew of these people. If you want to break the law, fantastic. Go to jail. Your political position does not shield you from breaking the law. In fact, you should be judged even more harshly. AOC, Paul Tonko, Ilhan Omar should be in jail to the maximum allowed for the crimes that they are committing. Why? Because they are members of Congress. They know better. Because they do live a privileged, elitist life, they should be punished more. They should be punished to the maximum and nothing less. Because they know better. And they have the power that if they truly thought this was a crime, that these laws are unjust or unconstitutional, they have the power to change that. They could easily go into Congress tomorrow and put forth a bill and to speak to the public and say, support me in helping to make it legal for someone to break into America and abuse the generosity of the American people, including terrorists. Please put that in paper. Put that in front of the American people. Let's see that legislation. Let's see how many people actually want to support it. They won't do that because they know they will lose. They know they can't pass that bill because as much as they want to talk big and get on the news and say they are right, they won't put the bill out there because the American people don't agree. And they haven't agreed ever. And they know it. So instead of doing what, if they actually have the conviction, they have the guts to stand up for what they believe in, they'd be screaming bloody murder, putting in their bill every day, all day, from the day they get elected until the day they get elected out of office. They would be doing their job, but they're not. Instead, they're getting rich and they get reelected and they virtue signal and they break the law and they think that the law does not account for them. Pam Bondi, I believe, will have a very different opinion about that. And I look forward and I really want Pam Bondi to arrest somebody. I know my good friend Larry Sharp disagrees with me. Larry Sharp is a libertarian. He's run for governor. And he's someone, sometimes we have these debates. And I know he is one of others who believe, well, even though they're breaking the law, and even though Pam Bondi, as the Attorney General for the United States, has said that she will hold accountable individuals like Governor Hochul and Letitia James, that they're going to hold them accountable, he doesn't believe that any of the actual elected officials will actually be going to jail. I say, and I believe, and if anyone, in the Attorney General's office for the United States is listening, I want them to arrest these people. Arrest Governor J.B. Pritzker. Arrest Governor Kathy Hochul. Arrest Gavin Newsom. Gretchen Whitmer. Arrest them. They have willfully and publicly broken the law. They have been doing victory laps, telling us they're going to break the law and then breaking the law. Arrest them. I don't care if they're a governor. I don't care if they're a member of Congress. They are breaking the law. They are no more above the law than I am. The law does not say, well, you got elected, so this law doesn't apply to you. There's nowhere in the Constitution that it says that. There's nowhere in the law, any law that says, oh, well, you're elected, so we're going to treat you different. It doesn't exist. There's no reason. They broke the law. Arrest them. Arrest Pam Bondi. Go out and arrest Kathy Hochul. Arrest Letitia James, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Paul Tonko, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer. Arrest them. They're proud of it. They'll probably parade around like a peacock saying, see, I got arrested. I'm really serious. And they'll raise, $1 million. Because that's why they do this. That's why they protest like this. So they can say, see, I'm a real Democrat. I'm a real progressive. Give me more money. Re-elect me. I think if we were to actually hold them accountable, they would never get reelected. There would always be someone who would say, you know what? I don't have to do this. This is breaking the law. We can improve America without breaking the law just because someone wants to get on TV. Just because they need another commercial that they can run just before an election and say, see, I'm so great. Look at me. I'm virtue signaling. That's why I got arrested. You should give me $10,000 of your money because I got arrested for an illegal crime. I'm sorry. I know. I get a little upset about this. But we're talking about two-tier justice. We're talking about criminality. We're talking about the evil that is being done to the American people. Yeah, I want to see AOC, Paul Tonko, Kathy Hochul. That's my state. Arrest them all. Arrest them all. If you got to, send them to Gitmo. I have no problem with that. Send them to Gitmo. Send them upstate New York and put them in jail. Send them to a federal prison anywhere in America. I don't care. They've committed the crime. Let them have, by the way, they get to have their day in court. Tell me why you broke the law. It's not that they didn't break the law. We have the video of AOC on Instagram going through a detailed list of how illegal aliens can continue to break the law and take advantage of the American people, including her constituents, to get their money. We are wasting money on these illegal aliens, and she is trying to find a way that those illegal aliens can continue to get $73,000. That is more than double the income of the average person in Paul Tonko's district and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district in Queens. She's helping to give more than twice their income, their annual income, to these illegal aliens. Please explain that to your district, the New York 20th, the New York 14th. Explain this. Kathy Hochul, explain this to the American people who are trying to pay their rent, that are trying to survive under the corrupt system that they have created in New York. Please explain to them why we should give all of your money, to an illegal alien who broke the law and is continuing to break the law. Tell me why you don't deserve to be in jail, because you throw me in jail. If I did this, if I did what they are doing, I would go to jail. They would arrest me in a heartbeat. I'd be talking to you via my lawyer from a jail cell, kind of like Dexter Taylor. Dexter Taylor, who did not break a law in New York State. He did not break a federal law. Dexter Taylor was guilty of being black and being conservative and owning a firearm. That's what Dexter Taylor went to jail for. If people don't know who Dexter Taylor is, we've covered it a couple times on this channel, or you can look him up. He was a father in Brooklyn who was law-abiding. He had a hobby building firearms, never sold any of them, didn't fire the firearms that he made. He had them all in his gun closet in his house, and he got arrested by New York State for daring to own ghost guns, which is legal. By the way, it's legal. You can own anything you want. You can own a gun. You can own a ghost gun. That's legal. And they threw him in jail for 10 years for not breaking a law, for not endangering anyone's life. A law-abiding father threw him in jail. They're going to throw Dexter Taylor, they're going to throw you and me in jail for doing the same thing that AOC, that Paul Tonko, that Jerry Nadler, that Gavin Newsom, all of these Democrats who are elected, they do worse. And they get to walk around and they get money. People are giving them donations. And we go to jail? No. Arrest them. I can't see a reason why they can't get arrested. I don't get it. I don't get it. Let me check the comments here. Grace says, my local parks and thrift stores are starting to look a lot more like they once did. Black, brown, and white people who speak English. My neighborhood doesn't look like it's being invaded. You haven't been to the Bronx then. Look, New York has always had immigrants and illegal immigrants. And then there's the most recent wave, which is like, it's overwhelming. Overwhelming. And unlike, say, in the 80s, we had a large influx in the Bronx, large influx of Jamaicans and Koreans came into the Bronx. Huge, huge wave. Legal immigrants. Some illegal immigrants too, but mostly legal immigrants came into the Bronx. Jamaican, they were coming from Jamaica, they were coming from Korea. And they didn't destroy the neighborhood. They opened up businesses. They were working at many of the same jobs as everyone else. They kept the communities clean. Mostly. I mean, there were always some criminals in there. Always. Not to say no one's perfect. No group of people are perfect. There's always some criminals. But that wave that came in, those were the middle class of Korea. That was the middle class of Jamaica. What are we seeing today? We're not getting the middle class of immigrants, legal or illegal. We're not getting the middle class anymore. We're just getting the abject poor. We're getting criminals, literally. Some of these countries are literally opening up their jail cells and sending their criminals to us. Like in Colombia. Why did Colombia initially say they didn't want their illegal aliens, their citizens, back from the United States? They said, no, you can't land that plane full of Colombian citizens in Colombia. No, they didn't want them back. Why? Because they knew they were criminals. They were the criminals that Colombia sent to America because they didn't want to deal with it. They wouldn't have to spend the money on them. They didn't have to deal with the policing of those individuals. They didn't want that crime in their country, so they sent it to America. This is what AOC and Paul Tonko and Kathy Hochul and Gavin Newsom, this is what they are doing. They are literally saying, keep those criminals here. They are helping criminals that were sent by their home country to America to deal with, and they're trying to help them stay here and get your money. You may not like that. You don't like it being described that way. You're a grown adult. Deal with it. Because I'm not lying to you. I'm not telling you something that isn't true. You may not feel good about it. It may not make you feel nice. I don't care about that. I'm not here for your feelings. You're an adult, not a 5-year-old. I'm telling you about the consequences of actions. And that has nothing to do with how anyone feels. Anyway, let me go on. Joe says, I would love to see them face the law the same as I would if I broke the law. I don't like the two-tiered just us system. Grace says, you reap what you sow. Arrest Gavin and Kathy and the rest of them for aiding and abetting criminals, many of who are here to sell drugs and rape and steal. Again, can't say all of them. Can't say all the illegal aliens are bad people. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's enough of them. And I am saying that if there's only 2,000 illegal aliens, we know it's much, much higher. There's over 650,000 illegal aliens that we know are criminals that have been convicted in the United States, that we know. They're convicted criminals on top of being an illegal alien, which is a crime in and of itself. So they're like 120% criminal. But we know that all 650,000 of those violent, criminal, illegal aliens, not one of them need to be here. Not one of them. Those are all crimes and those are all criminals that did not have to be in America. Those are crimes that did not have to happen. But AOC and the left are making it happen in your neighborhood because they're virtue signaling. They want you to donate. They want you to reelect them because emotions. Don't you feel like you're doing the right thing? It's so nice to treat these people so well that break the law. I tell you, it's crazy. Just crazy. And you and I would be arrested for doing this stuff. Joe says, I remember AOC getting escorted and she had her hands behind her back. This is a year and a half ago. Behind her back to appear like she was being cuffed so that she could be a hero to her followers. And she was like, oh, yeah, remember she was holding her hands behind her back and then she went, oh, hi, everyone, and put her hand back behind her back, which is on video. Yeah, the fake arrest. I remember that because she's virtue signaling because she thinks you are stupid. Honestly, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Paul Tonko, they think you're stupid. They think you don't understand the consequences of what you're doing. They think you don't understand that they have broken the law. They think you will reward them because you don't know enough to realize that they should be punished. They really don't like you. They don't like their constituents. They don't like the American people. They think you're an idiot. And by the way, if Paul Tonko or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Ilhan Omar or any other politician that I have mentioned, if you disagree with my assessment of who you are and how much value you place on constituents, you are welcome to come onto this program. I will do it live and I will give you as much time as you need to prove me wrong. Let's do it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, do you want to spend 12 hours telling people how wrong I am, that you may or may not think I am an idiot, that I don't understand the issue? Fantastic. I will give you 12 hours if you want to explain to me live about how wrong I am. Here's the only thing. I will ask questions. We will have a discussion, and you cannot dodge the answers. I've played this game a long time. I've been doing political commentary for 20 years. I've done interviews with people from the local to the federal level. Been through this game. You cannot, trust me, I've heard every excuse and I've seen every way people try to dodge and dance around a question. You're not going to get away with it. You want to spend 12 hours telling me, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. I will give you 12 hours to make me understand. But you're going to answer questions. And I have a lot. And I am not stupid. I'm more familiar with most of the laws than you are. By the way, I've been more involved in many laws getting done than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has passed no laws. But anyway, let me go forward. I'm losing my mind here. Grace says Dexter Taylor is guilty of being a black conservative Christian who owns a gun, which he has the constitutional right to own. That's true. That's very true. Okay. I'm losing my mind here for a little bit, but let me move forward. Let me move forward because I want to talk about Hamas. Now, for those who have been following the channel, I know there's some people who are new to the channel, and I thank you for being here. I usually acknowledge you guys a little bit earlier in the show. Forgot to do that. Got a little carried away. But I do appreciate everyone who watches the program. I hope you are finding something of interest. Whether you watch for 5 minutes or the whole show, doesn't matter. And please do like, share, subscribe, because that helps us to have these conversations like I am with Grace, like I am with you. I'm happy to talk with everyone. Now, if you've been following the show, or you can just go and look it up, go to Rumble or YouTube or anywhere the channel is, and just type in hostages, American hostages, Hamas hostages, type in Gaza. You'll see that since October 7th of October 8th of 2023, we have been talking about the Americans who were taken hostage by Hamas, a terrorist organization. And the terrorists did, in fact, torture and sexually abuse American citizens that they took as hostage. They killed 34 Americans, 1,200 people in total, and on October 7th, that's what Hamas did. They killed 1,200 people. Of those 1,200, there were 34 Americans and 18 British that were killed on October 7th, 2023. On that same day, 9 Brits and 22 Americans were kidnapped by Hamas, the terrorist organization, so that they could be tortured and sexually abused for 430 plus days. It's still counting. Many of them are still being held. Over 400 days they've been held by Hamas and tortured. And we have heard the news media just ignore this. They won't talk about it. They won't mention the Americans. And you probably heard this weekend, as part of the ongoing ceasefire, that 3 more hostages were released by Hamas. You may have heard that this weekend. You may have heard about it on Saturday when it actually happened. 3 hostages were released by Hamas. Out of 146, 3 were released. By the way, roughly about 60 to 80 of them are dead. 60 to 80 of the remaining hostages out of 146 are dead because Hamas killed them. Not Israel, not anyone else. Hamas killed them. How do I know it was Hamas? Because if it was Israel, Hamas would have provided the world all the evidence instantly so that they could blame it on Israel, so that they could virtue signal, so that they could get humanitarian aid and money, so that they would get help to continue to fight Israel. If Israel did it, Hamas would not hesitate for a second to provide all the evidence so that they could hang Israel with that information. 60 to 80 of the hostages have been killed, and they didn't tell us. It's because Hamas killed them. That's why. You don't have to like it. That's the truth. Harvard didn't tell you that. Columbia won't tell you that. UCLA doesn't want to discuss. The intelligentsia of the leftist wing of the Democratic Party do not want to talk about that part of the story. They want to ignore that. They want to avoid that because it's indefensible. But that is a reality, as covered internationally. 22 Americans were captured. We know 3 were released in November of 2023, a young child and 2 older women. Okay, that leaves us 19. I've done this math before. Some of you may have heard it. We know that Hamas directly killed 2 of those hostages. We know this. There was in the fall of 2024. One of the hostages, a 22-year-old American young man, was shot in the head by Hamas because he was minutes away from being freed. Let me say it again. He was minutes away from being freed by the Israeli IDF. They were going to release him. They were going to rescue him along with 6 other people. And so that to spite the face of Israel and the Americans, Hamas, the terrorist organization, shot all 7 hostages in the head just so they could kill them rather than let them be released and back with their families. That was one of the 2 Americans that we know for sure that Hamas murdered after they kidnapped them. Another one was an older man. That was in the beginning of 2024. That leaves us with a total of 17 Americans. 17. Where are they? Well, if you're following the news today, over this weekend, 3 hostages were released. 3 were released by Hamas. And the news media had gone out of their way to say that they were all Israelis, or to not mention any any nation of origin for these hostages. One of them was an American. This is the first American that has been released by Hamas since November 2023. The first American. Biden didn't do it. He talked big. I'm going to get those Americans back. It's the number one issue. Kamala Harris at the DNC meeting in Chicago stood there on the stage with parents of some of the hostages, looked out at American people and said, I'm working on this every day. I'm going to get those hostages back. That's the number one thing she's doing. And we saw the result. They didn't. They didn't make it the number one priority. Climate change was the number one priority. There were a lot of things that were the number one priority. It wasn't getting the hostages back. The first hostage back today is now yesterday under the Donald Trump presidency. And guess what? Where are the other 16 people? We don't know if they're alive. We don't know if they're dead. We don't know anything about them. The news media will not talk about them, probably because most of them are dead because Hamas killed them. I give you the example here. CBS News. Hamas frees 3 more hostages, including American-Israeli Sagi Dekolchen. Now, the interesting thing is, that's pretty much the only thing that's going to be in some of the headlines that you'll see on your cell phone. But I want you to see this. If we go, I'm going to just type this in. Hamas hostages. Just type that in. Let's see. Hamas releases 3 more Israeli hostages. That's from the New York Times. New York Times. New York Times, the newspaper of record. Hamas releases 3 more Israeli hostages. He's an American. One of those people is an American. Let's see. Even the Washington Post. American hostage freed. Well, why is the New York Times? The paper of record, the newspaper that most politicians, most news media are going to quote, they're going to cite, they're going to remember. That where you're going to hear those elitist professors in college, they're going to quote the New York Times, not the Washington Post. And they're going to say, well, it was just 3 Israelis. No, it was an American. Let's go on. Amazon CEO relieved after Hamas employee, they didn't admit that they had that one of their employees was held by Hamas. Released hostage families. Where is it? They're not even mentioning this. Hours after release, they're talking. Who are the Israeli hostages held? Israeli hostages. Where is it? Three Israelis. Oh, CNN goes the same way as New York Times. 3 Israeli hostages. You know what you're not noticing? Hamas releases 3 Israeli hostages. That's NPR. Notice the left-leaning. The more left-leaning the news media, the more likely they are to say that all of the hostages released were Israelis, not an American. That's not an accident. The reason why we're seeing most of the news media talk about these individuals as if they are Israelis is to minimize the failure of the Biden-Harris administration and to make sure the American people aren't upset so that you will continue to support Hamas, which is all they want. They want more of the protests at Columbia. They want more of the protests at Harvard in favor of genocide and the terrorist organization known as Hamas. They want more of that. But if the American people realize that 16 Americans possibly have been killed by Hamas while they were kidnapped, while they were being tortured and sexually abused, you might not support Hamas. You may not want to give them humanitarian aid. You may not want your tax money to go to support terrorism in this Middle East. You may not support that if you know that they killed Americans, that they've tortured Americans, that they've sexually abused Americans, and that Harvard knew that. The news media knew that and didn't tell you. They don't want to do it. Why? Because, well, if you knew about it and you knew that they weren't doing their job, you might be angry at, I don't know, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Democratic Party, because they allowed that to happen, because they didn't get those hostages back. Oh, so we have to call these people Israelis. They have to be Israelis. They can't be an American. It has to be an Israeli. Wait a minute. Why can't they be an American? They are an American. It's not even a question. It's not an if. They are American. They're just using, well, they're Jewish, so they must be Israeli. If you're Jewish, you're Israeli, so therefore they're Israeli. They're not American. They stopped being American for this news story. Do you see the deception that is being done? And again, this is the New York Times. This is NPR. They're lying to you to hide the truth, to promote a political ideology, which would be the far left, to support genocide, terrorism, Hamas. They're supporting the worst aspects of humanity because it's good for their political agenda. I've been talking about this case literally every single week since October 7th of 2023. Every week on this channel, I've been talking about this. I have been following the Hamas hostages more than any other news media in this, well, I can't say more than any of them, but one in the top of these nations. Every week I have talked and updated about the Hamas hostages. Every single week. I have never forgotten them, like I never forgot the 5,000 people abandoned by the Biden administration in Afghanistan, the 10,000 people abandoned in the Ukraine, the 16,000 people abandoned by the Biden administration in the Sudan, or the 40,000 Americans in Haiti that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. I have never forgotten the 70,000 Americans that have been abandoned under the Biden-Harris administration, and I'm not forgetting them now just because the Trump administration is in. I still remember we need to hold them accountable. We got one American back. It's been 438 days before we've gotten one American back. This is insulting. We need to change this. And Hamas knows they killed Americans. They know they killed a lot of the Americans. There are 16 more Americans that we do not have an answer on. 16. Where are they? I'm not asking a crazy thing. Meanwhile, the news media wants to minimize this story. They don't want to talk about this story. And they will lie to your face like the New York Times, telling you that, hey, these are Israelis. 3 more Israeli hostages. NPR, 3 Israeli hostages. I'm going to the left. I'm looking at left-wing sources. This isn't coming from anywhere near the right. The left-leaning news media is lying to your face. Oops. CBS News didn't get the story. They didn't get the proper headline. So they mentioned an American. He's an American. Oh my God, you weren't supposed to tell anyone that. Look, I don't care how you want to look at this story. You were lied to. They lied to your face. They're abusing you. And they're doing it because of a political gain. This is a political agenda. There's no reason why they can't tell you, hey, by the way, we got one of the Americans out. First one out. And yes, it happened under the Trump administration. And I know Joe Biden wants to say it's because of Joe Biden. It's not. Everyone in the world, it's already been debunked. This is all because of Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump's the president. That's why we got the deal. That's why the Americans are being released. That's why it didn't happen under Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. It's because Donald Trump. That's the fact. And now they're being released, and the news media doesn't want Donald Trump to have good press. Guess what? It's not about Donald Trump. It's about the American people. It's about the ability of Americans to travel around the world and to know that they will be safe because the American government, at least under strong presidents, will defend them, that they will not be forgotten, that somebody will be coming for you, fighting for you. Joe Biden wouldn't. Kamala Harris didn't. The Democrats couldn't care less. They were instructed by Harvard that they should hate you. Donald Trump is trying to get you home. Donald Trump is getting Americans home. If anyone disagrees with me on this, please tell me why. If you went to Harvard, Columbia, UCLA, Cornell University, one of those, one of the big colleges, any college, and they told you, no, but you don't understand. Hamas are the good guys. Hamas are nice, and they're treating the American hostages like, I don't know, like we treat illegal aliens. Golden. They've got them in hotels, and they're living up the life of Riley. I mean, if that's what the argument is, please, let's have that argument. If you want to tell me that it's perfectly fine and it's justified for Hamas to kill American citizens, let's have that conversation. I guarantee you, not one politician will accept my challenge. Not one. Not one politician will defend why Hamas has been torturing American citizens without punishment. From at least, and when I say punishment from the United States. Joe Biden rewarded Hamas for killing Americans. Kamala Harris rewarded Hamas for killing Americans. And now the news media, trying to avoid being exposed for having minimized this so that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Democrats would get more votes to help out their political agenda, they minimized the story. They literally forgot that these American citizens existed. They hid them from the public. And they're continuing to hide them from the public because they don't want to be exposed for their political bias. I'm pissed off with that. All right, let me go on. Grace says, Americans don't seem to know that Hamas killed Americans. At least most Americans don't seem to know that. That's because the news media has lied to the American people. That the news media has made it a point to not tell the truth, to try and obscure the reality. You go and when you do a Google search on this, you will not see a consensus. You'll see that there's 8 Americans left. How many Americans are held hostage by Hamas? You'll see 8, see 6, you'll see 3. You'll see a bunch of different numbers from a bunch of different news sources. The actual number is 16. If you have been following what's been going on since October 7th, if you've been following all the international news, you will know the actual answer is 16. At this moment, 16 American citizens are held by Hamas, and it is expected half or more of them are dead. That's the reality. That's the fact. No one wants to talk about it because it'll make Democrats look bad, and they're trying to virtue signal. Grace says, sorry, I graduated from a state school. I'm an outcast to the Ivy Leagues. Aren't we all? And I don't mean to pick on people because of the college, but this is part of the college indoctrination. And we have seen the protests. We've seen the protests at NYU. We've seen the protests at Binghamton University, UCLA. We've seen protests. Cooper Union. We've seen protests all across the country. At smaller schools and bigger schools. We've seen that. Even at state schools like Binghamton University. They were protesting in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization. And they were literally protesting to help Hamas. You should be concerned. Because the news media, some parts of the government, and the education system is trying to promote genocide and terrorism. You should be concerned. It's unpopular. It's why my channel is suppressed on a regular basis, because I'm actually willing to tell you the truth. That you should be concerned about this because this is not good news. Meanwhile, as we do this, we find out that they want all of America, they want the world to become a cage. A cage that you're not supposed to get out of. You've got 15-minute cities. They're back again. Out of the blue, when the rest of the world is talking about what's happening in the Middle East, when the rest of the world is talking about what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia, when the world is talking about what's happening with energy and the inflation, then suddenly we get this news story. Oh, by the way, 15-minute cities. You should be imprisoned in a 15-minute city. We've covered 15-minute cities before. This is a horrible, horrible progressive idea. It is a prison. It is you being sentenced to isolation. You and a bunch of people in 15 minutes, that's a mile or so distance, radius, you're all going to be trapped in a prison that you're not supposed to ever get out of. This is how they will control you. This is how they will force you to obey. This is your city. It's 15 minutes. Everything that you need, don't leave. Don't ask questions. Don't look outside your 15-minute city. This is a prison sentence, and they're trying to make it sound good. And progressives love this idea. They love this gilded cage. They think it's fantastic. It is evil and it is wrong. They want to take away your vehicles, your ability to travel. They want to take away your ability to interact with places far away. They don't want you to have firsthand knowledge. They don't want you to do anything except obey. Live in your 15-minute city and die. And here comes this article out of the blue. Again, no one in the world is talking about 15-minute cities. They're talking about it now. Why? They need to distract you, and they need to push this idea. They want you to get accustomed to it. It's supposed to be natural. You must want this, don't you? No, I do not. No one in their right mind should want this. But they're trying to berate the United States because we don't have walkable 15-minute cities. And look, Europe has all of these 15-minute cities. All of these people in all these countries, they can travel for 15 minutes. Of course, and most of these countries are incredibly smaller than the United States. Most of these countries are smaller than most of the states in the United States. They have smaller populations. Some of these countries have populations the size of New York City. I'm not joking about that. Some of these countries don't even have 8 million people. And they're talking about, and this is in cities that were created in Italy, in Denmark, in France, in Germany. These are cities that were built in the Middle Ages. They didn't have cars then. They had carts. And they built their cities for carts. You know why you have to walk? Because they didn't build with the idea of a vehicle. It didn't exist. They didn't have technology. They built their cities in medieval ages, and they couldn't build out because it means they have to actually tear down half the buildings in their city to be able to make a road big enough for vehicles to actually travel down. That's the problem. They have populations so small because of the Black Plague. Killed everybody. America didn't have that problem. America has room to grow. We have the ability to travel. The amount of time it will take you, the time it takes to get from England to France is about the same amount of time it takes to go from Connecticut to Pennsylvania. You can cover a couple of different states. In the United States, you'll be traveling countries. It takes about 2 hours in Europe. From almost anywhere in Europe, it takes 2 hours to get into a new country. In the United States, you have to, almost everywhere you go, you have to travel hours, if not days, to get to another country from the United States, depending on where you are exactly. It's ridiculous. It's not the same thing. And what do we see in these countries over and over again? These are left-leaning, progressive countries that have failed. Their economies are failing. Their people are endangered by illegal immigration. These are people who have given up. They just obey, even as their countries fall apart. And by the way, these countries can't defend themselves. We'll get into that a little bit later when we're talking about the domestic side. They can't defend themselves. They can't innovate. These aren't Italy, Denmark, Ireland, Italy, Denmark, France, are some of the nations, Spain. They're not innovators. They're not innovating and leading the world, not on a political or economic sense. No, they're not. And you're telling me we need to be more like them? Why? Shouldn't they want to be more like us? We are the best in the world. We have the richest people. We have the most wealth. We have the most opportunity. We have the least classist system. Why should we be more like Europe? Why doesn't Europe become more like us? Europe has tiny cities because they can't have bigger cities. We can. Europe has fewer cars and they walk more because they have no choice. We do. But they're happy. So are parrots inside a gilded cage. Doesn't mean that I want to do that. I don't want to emulate that. But they're trying their very best, and this is coming from The Economist. They're trying their very best to say, no, you will enjoy being in your cage in a 15-minute city, not having the ability to travel, not having the capability of being able to find out what's going on in other parts of the world. You will enjoy being a prisoner in your gilded cage. Don't you want that now? No, I don't. Get it away from me. This is horrendous. This is how they get people to comply. This is how they get you to become a trained seal, a trained parrot. But European cities are doing so great, and America does better. We have more integration. We have more people in American cities integrated than Europe does. That's a fact. We have a higher quality of life than Europe. That's true. We have more opportunity and diversity of opportunity in the United States than in Europe. Why should I be more like Europe? I wanted to point that out, that this is the new. So you're going to see again and again and again, they're going to try and convince you that you should be in a 15-minute city. And they keep popping this story out. It's been popping up every, about once, twice a year for the last 3 years. They keep pushing this story, keep injecting this. No new evidence, No new information. It's always the same thing being reiterated. It's to normalize it. It's to make you think this is what you should have. And they're trying to create 15-minute cities in America because they want America to be like Europe, which is falling apart. And I tell you over and over again, don't. If you don't understand the issue about what's going on with 15-minute cities, please, you can look it up. I've covered this in depth. 15-minute cities. You can see the video I've done on it with all of the links for all of the sources about this issue and why it is so bad for America and people around the world in general, at least if you believe in freedom. If you believe in freedom, you don't want 15-minute cities. It is a horrible idea, and they're trying to push it again. Okay. Where are we at now? It's been about 2 hours. We do try to make this as interesting as we can for you.
Here's what a whole home water filtration system should cost in 20.
What is this? I don't want this. Oh, right. So at this point, I wanted to take a moment. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump. We're going to be talking about international politics in terms of ending the war in the Ukraine, ending the war with Russia. And I think that's a pretty big subject. I think that's a very important subject. Yeah. Now, I'm always interested in hearing what everyone has to say, whether live or in the comments, whether on YouTube or Rumble or Facebook, wherever you're seeing the show. And I'm happy to hear any of your comments as we have been having this discussion from anywhere in the world. But now we've been talking about Europe and how Europe is trying to minimize the people, to the voice of the people, to limit them into 15-minute cities, to try and force them to accept illegal immigration and open borders, to lower their quality of life over and over again, and they can't defend themselves. And they demand that the United States protect them, to absorb all of the cost and do all of the work to protect them as they just rule over their people. It's really insulting. Excuse me. When you really analyze it, it's really insulting what we're seeing. So Donald Trump, Europe, is upset about the Ukraine-Russia war. We know this. Because it's their back door. It's like saying that there was a war happening in the landmass that is Canada, right above the United States. We'd be concerned about that. We'd want to see that end. Well, you got Germany and Poland and France, England. They're all very upset about the war between Russia and the Ukraine. Okay, fair enough. But they're not upset enough to be the major funding. The United States does that. About 80% of all the funding for the Ukraine-Russia war, for Ukraine and being able to defend itself, that comes from the United States. Not from the European Union, not from any of the individual countries. The United States. We lead by about 3 times as much as the next closest nation, which would be Germany. We have about 300%. In the first year alone, we provided 95% of the total GDP of Ukraine in aid. That's roughly $170 billion. That's what the United States gave to the Ukraine in the first year of the war alone. And Ukraine, on a GDP 2019, they made about $185 billion for the total GDP of the nation. The United States, by ourselves, provided their entire national budget. And we've been doing that year after year after year. Not Germany, not France, not the EU combined, the United States. And we have been leading in this. And we've heard demands year after year after year from France, from Emmanuel Macron, saying that he wants to have U.S. NATO troops on the ground fighting in the Ukraine. Don't believe me? 2024, summer of 2024, Emmanuel Macron has been insisting that NATO troops, in particular American NATO troops, need to go into the Ukraine and fight against Russia on the ground. He wants to use America. Mind you, this is the same guy who doesn't like America, who doesn't want Europe talking to America. He wants Europe to be doing business and doing trade with China, not America. He wants to divest Europe of America, except for the military and protecting France and Europe. No, that he wants America for. He wants NATO. He wants to have the protection, but he doesn't want to pay for it. He doesn't want Europe to pay for it. He doesn't want Europe to pay attention to the United States. I find that very upsetting, if you haven't noticed. But he's not the only one. A lot of the nations in Europe, they want the free ride. They don't want to pay. 18 nations pay 2% of their national budget for defense. 18. Now, Poland is a great exception of that. They are spending more. But the rest of the nations have to be brought in kicking and screaming. And why did Poland actually match that amount? Why is Sweden match that amount? Why is Germany matching that amount? Because they're right next door to the Ukraine. Because there's a war right next to them, and they are worried about spillover. That's why they've increased it. But most of the other nations haven't. They're relying on the United States to take care of it for them. These are all facts. This is all confirmable. This is all internationally verifiable data. That's why. Why has NATO increased? Why do some of the nations, 18 of them, have they increased the amount of defense spending? Because they are next to Ukraine and they're worried about the war spilling over into their nations. That's why. Not because they care about NATO. It's not because they think that they need to pay their fair share all of a sudden. No, it's because they're close to a war. And the rest of them who are further away don't want to spend the money. They just want the protection from the United States. They don't want to send their troops. They don't want to send their people. They don't want to spend their money. They want to send the United States. They want to use our military, our equipment, and our people. I don't like that. So when Donald Trump decided that he's going to try and get a peace deal, you know what? Everyone left. They said, well, Joe Biden could have get it done. Yeah, but Joe Biden's a part-time zombie president. No one in the world took Joe Biden seriously. No one. After seeing him walk around aimlessly, after listening to trail off in a conversation that made no sense and was all garbled words, you know what? No one was taking him seriously. Everyone takes, whether you like or dislike Donald Trump, people take him seriously. People believe him when he says that he may do these things. He's threatened these things. People take him seriously. They believe him. They fear him as the president of the United States. Not the same thing. So when Donald Trump said he wanted to have a negotiation, a discussion with Vladimir Putin about Russia ending its part of the ceasefire or creating a ceasefire in Ukraine, Putin actually had the conversation because he has a real, strong leader in front of him. Not a puppet, not a part-time zombie president, an actual leader. And Europe is upset. Europe is pissed off. Now, I understand why Ukraine will say, oh, they're upset. Zelensky's like, oh, no, America, we will not accept any decision unless we're at the table. Excuse me. If America stops paying all your bills, if America stops funding you with weapons and ammunition, there is no war. The war is over. I don't care. I'm not saying that Russia should win. I'm not. I'm not in favor of Putin at all. I don't like communists. I don't like Putin. I don't like that because he was trained as a communist. I do not like Putin. I do not like his tactics. I don't like his end goal. I'm not in favor of Russia. in this case. I like the Russian people. I don't like their government. But the Ukraine, it is a fact. If the United States ends its support, the war is over. Germany's not standing up. France isn't. The EU is not. No other country is going to provide the funding and ammunition and weapons that the United States is providing. First of all, they can't. They don't have the capability. Europe has given all of their ammunition to the Ukraine. That happened back in 2023. In the fall of 2023, all of the available ammunition in Europe from the ammunition manufacturers in Europe drained, wiped out. Ukraine had used up all of the ammunition that Europe could manufacture at that time. The United States has been providing most of the ammunition that the Ukraine is using. That's a fact. It's not a if. It has nothing to do with politics. It's just the truth. They can't keep up. So as much as the Ukraine is upset right now, they're like, oh, you've got to have us involved in the conversation. We already bought our way to the table. Yes, Russia is the main aggressor, and they're the bad guys. So they have to be talked to. The United States is the one who's funding this war. It's a proxy war, given, but the United States is providing all the weapons, all the money, all the food, a lot of the training. That's the United States. Without the United States, there is no war. Not to say that the Ukrainian people aren't, what's the word I'm looking for? They have integrity. They have honor. They have national pride. Absolutely. And I'm sure individuals will continue to have an ongoing war of attrition. I'm sure that'll happen. No doubt. No matter what happens, there's going to be people on both sides in Russia and from the Ukraine. They're going to be constantly fighting back and forth with little cells of groups that are just going to be terror attacking each other consistently. This war is not going to end for another 10 years. No matter what they declare, there's going to be attack after attack. It's going to be fighting back and forth for another decade. Easily. I understand Ukraine wants to be there. The United States must be there. And we have the biggest voice. Literally. Russia doesn't care. Ukraine said, well, we won't end this war unless we go back to the pre-2014 borders. Why did they say that? Because that's when Obama gave up the Crimea to Russia, which in large part created the problem we're dealing with now. It gave Russia the foothold in the Ukraine to make the war they just went through. That's a no-go. Why is Russia going to do that? They won't. They don't care what the Ukraine thinks. They're beating the Ukraine. As much as the American news media wants you to think Ukraine's winning. No, they're not. They're losing. They're not losing badly. They're not losing in routes, but they're losing consistently. Russia is winning over time, and they've got time to spare. They have the people to spare. They have the weapons and the ammunition to spare. Russia can continue to wear them down for years. And Russia is getting uranium, rare earth metals. They're getting corn. They're getting wheat and corn and fertilizer. Russia's winning. So America needs to be in this conversation, because having just the Ukraine in the conversation, no one cares. No one's listening to them. They're not going to win. They're not going to get anything that they ask for. And they know it. They have to complain, because if they don't complain, well, they're giving up and they will demoralize their own military. The fighting will be over tomorrow if they don't complain, if they don't fight, if they don't try to stand up. I get that. But it's really a conversation between the United States and Russia. And as I showed you from at the beginning of the show, the most recent news internationally is that the peace talks, the ceasefire at least, will start happening in Saudi Arabia starting next week. The United States will meet with Russia to talk about a ceasefire in Saudi Arabia, and the Ukraine won't be there because they don't need to be. Because the United States, they're our proxy. We're the ones who are behind it all. We're the root power behind Ukraine's side of the war. So we're going to talk for them because we bought it. We bought this war. We've paid for every bullet. We paid for all of the guns. We paid for the training. No, it's not our people, but we paid for everything else except those people. So yes, the Ukrainians, we're going to give them something. They're not going to lose their country. They're going to lose something. They're going to lose land. They're going to lose some of their minerals. They're going to lose some of their farmland. They're going to lose because they have lost. But they'll be able to keep a country. And the United States will guarantee the safety of that country going forward. That will happen. So I understand Ukraine needs to make the best deal possible. But the United States are the ones who are really going to make the deal. And we're going to be the ones who are going to back up the deal. Because it's not going to be the Ukraine. Now, all of that, I say all of that because Europe is pissed off. France, who isn't willing to put in all of their funding for NATO. France, who is freeloading off the back of the United States. Some of the European nations, who are taking advantage of the United States, footing the bill, putting up all of the effort, they're upset because they're not in the conversation with Europe. Let me show you what I mean. This is a conversation from Deutsche Welle, DW News. That's the German news agency. And the German news agency is asking their counterpart in European, the EU counterpart, to talk about the geopolitical strategist. They're asking her, what about Europe? How does Europe feel about this? And this is what they had to say. Come on. There it is. Oh.
It very much looks like a US-Russia negotiated ceasefire, and Ukraine is going to be informed. The Europeans are sidelined in this process.
Hegseth warned Europe that any future peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine will need to be guaranteed and supervised not by the United States, but by Europe. Is Europe ready to do this?
Well, absolutely no.
Absolutely not. This is why Europe is pissed off. Not because of the Ukraine. They're pissed off because they have to do the work themselves. They have to earn this. They want a peace deal. And they're like, we want to be involved in the peace deal. You are involved in the peace deal. You have to protect Ukraine. The United States already done its part. We've already spent the money. They haven't spent the money. We've already put in the bullets. We've put in the ammo. We've put in the guns, the tanks, the drones. We've been doing that for Europe. Your job, protect the Ukraine going forward. And Europe's going, they can't. They can't get the job done. They're pissed at America because they can't take care of themselves or the Ukraine. That tells you how much we have wasted on Europe, how much they have abused the relationship that they have with the United States over president after president. People like Joe Biden have abused the relationship and put the burden on the American people, not just for our defense, not just because we want to step in and be the good guy occasionally and help this nation or that nation. No, they take it for granted. They expect that the United States is going to carry all the load, but Europe is the one who's going to benefit. Europe has to, you have to listen to us. You have to pay attention to Europe. How dare you not have Europe at this stage? We've already explained why Ukraine's not there. Whether you like it or not, I've explained why the Ukraine isn't necessary for the Ukraine to be part of this conversation. But Europe is like, no. We have to be part of this conversation. Why? They didn't pay for it. And they're not even willing, they're not even capable of taking care of the Ukraine without the United States' help. Why should we care whether Europe has a voice or not? Let's go on with this.
Here, once again, Europe is expected to secure a peace that it has not negotiated and likely will not negotiate.
Why does Europe need to negotiate the peace? They haven't been involved in the war. The United States have. We provided almost all the money. 80% of all the funding has come from the United States. Almost all of the weapons and gear came from the United States. Why does Europe have to be involved in the negotiation? They don't. They worried about the result. Well, that's why they're involved in the result, in the consequence. The answer is, since they weren't stepping up during the fighting, they get to take care of the cleanup. That's their job. They don't like it. They don't like being treated like children. Well, they acted like children. It's not for the United States to go, oh, your feelings are hurt. We have to make you feel better. I don't care. This was a war. People are dying. We stepped up. We provided the weapons, the money, and everything else. Europe didn't. It's Europe's job to take care of the cleanup because we took care of the fighting. That's it. Oh, but they're upset now. Let's see.
Or will be again some sort of sidelined and of secondary importance in the process.
Yes, Europe is secondary. They are sidelined in the process because they're sidelined in the war itself. They're secondary in the war itself because they didn't choose to step up, and they have never stepped up. They have been relying on NATO to take care of everything, and when I say NATO, I mean the United States, where 75% of all of the troops in NATO are American troops. Most of the funding from NATO is American funding. American has put out for 80% of everything, humanitarian aid, military aid that have been provided to the Ukraine came from the United States. Why do we care what Europe thinks? Why should we? Why should we? These are the same people who are telling us that they want to go with our enemy. They want to abandon the United States, and they want to go help our enemy, the Chinese Communist Party. They have said this over and again. They are trying to distance themselves, but they want to be the big dogs in the conversation, having done nothing, having never earned it. They want to have a seat at the table, having done nothing except suck upon the generosity of the United States. Why should we give them that? Yes, there are allies, absolutely. And there are allies that are abusing the generosity and relationship that we have with them. And they've been doing it for decades. Why should we entertain this at all? Because there is no real, no legitimate answer to this. And this is German TV, and they're kissing their own ass. This is the European global politics, geopolitical analyst for Europe talking to Germany. Of course they're saying, oh, well, Europe should be more involved. Europe deserves a better position. The EU should be more involved in this peace process because, we're Europe. You're kissing your own ass. You weren't involved in anything else beforehand. Why should you be involved now? You're getting what you deserve. And Donald Trump is treating them that way. That's why they're not going to be in the Saudi Arabian negotiations. There's no reason for it. There's no need for it. Russia's not going, oh, well, we've got to get the Europeans in on this because, after it's all said and done, it's going to be the Europeans that are being involved. Russia doesn't care. Even Ukraine saying, I want to be there. We're fighting. I want to be there. I can understand them saying it at least, but the rest of Europe is like, no, we want to be there. Why? Why? No one cares. You weren't around for anything else. You're not useful for anything else. Why do we care? Shut up and do your job. Clean up. The big adults have taken care of everything else. Ukraine did the fighting. We provided the money, provided the support. Russia did the fighting. You know what? The big people in this discussion have all taken their positions. Shut up, Europe, and just clean up. At least that's how I feel about that. Okay. I don't know. This week we got a little sideways. Let's see. So I wanted to cover that with you guys. And this is from MSNBC. Come on. Why is it not up? Oh, I know what this one is. Okay, so we're not going to start yet. Okay, I'm not going to start this yet. This is on the domestic side. Come on, I don't want this to play. Right. So, excuse me. Come on. My computer's frozen. Why is my computer frozen? Shut up, girl. All right. So, what we're going to do is, we've been going for about 2 hours. Oh, 2.5. We've already done 2.5 hours. Wow. I know it's got very excited in some parts of talking about what's happening internationally. We're going to talk about domestic. We're going to talk about what's happening with the Democratic Party. What is going to be their response now that we're into the first month of the Trump administration and some of the policies. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening in New York State. Let's talk a little bit about the Logan Act and Congressman Crow and whether or not he broke the Logan Act on purpose. We're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening in New York City and what's happening across this country. We're going to be talking about some of those details and how that's going to affect the rest of the world. Is that going to make the world more peace? What's happening with Democrats? What's happening with the confrontation with the Trump administration? RFK Jr. being confirmed. Is that going to make the world better or worse? Is it going to make America better or worse? We're going to talk a little bit about all of that when we come back. But what we're going to do is I'm going to go walk my dog because he's 14 years old. Yes, this month he just turned 14 years old. Oh, my little puppy. He's great. And so I'm going to go and walk him, and then we'll come back. I believe it's going to be about 45 minutes. So let's say 5:45 we'll be back, and we'll pick up on the domestic. For those who are just catching up to the show or who are seen or were interested in seeing what we're going to talk about domestically, we'll be back at that time. We'll give you a chance to see what we've talked about so far on the program. Please, if you've made it through the first 2.5 hours, please like, share, subscribe. It really makes a huge difference. If you're watching on Rumble and you want to make a comment, please think of taking a Rumble rant, $1 or $2, and leave a comment there. Or you can, of course, just donate to us, become a member of our Patreon, which is $1.50 a month, or you can go and make a donation on, show your support on PayPal directly. The choices are yours. We appreciate it. But all we truly ask for, and the only thing that really, really will make a big difference is subscribe. Please subscribe so we can break through the algorithm because we dare to say the truth. We dare to show you the evidence and just have plain English conversations talking about the issues. And when we say those verboten words, those naughty words, that say like, I don't know, America, slavery, all kinds of words like that, well then, that's when we get in trouble. Our channel gets suppressed. You get to hear less honest conversation. So please do consider supporting us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to, where is this? Why is everything moving so slow today? Come on. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So just bear with us. The program will be on. We'll be back at 5:45. We'll pick back up. Until then, just want you to see one of our older shows.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
undaunted and unstoppable. We are going to make no sound bites allowed. This broadcast is going to come out no matter what. And this means that we're going to be taping it instead of bringing it out live, because the internet gods, we're talking about Google, we're talking about social media, including Twitter and Facebook, they are pissed at us right now. They do not want us to get this message out. They do not like this title. Why? Because the title is Female College Student is Attacked on Campus, on a college campus. Yes, she was. Yes, it's true. And we're going to get that out to you live, because I don't care if the social media doesn't want this message out. I don't care if they don't like to tell people about this. We're going to get this out. So they can try and give me bad signal all day. And the only thing is, we're going to go straight to YouTube and we're going to put it out as a YouTube video. I hope everyone enjoys it. Yes, we want to see your comments. Yes, we want to hear from you. And, it's not live, but that doesn't mean you can't still speak to us. And we're going to pay attention to every word you have to say. With that said, let me get to the meat and potatoes of why we're here. Very simple. We know that racism, sexism, all the isms and ists out there, they're the domain, supposedly, of the liberals, the progressives, the socialists out there, the democratic socialists. They claim that they are the people. They're there for the people, and that they're to fight the evil people who are basically everyone else except them. Well, guess what? That's not exactly true. And what we see over and over again is that the rules do not apply to them like they apply to everyone else. Their rules are only for other people. And that's a problem, because that's not what the Constitution says. That's not what America is about. That's not what the First Amendment is about. The First Amendment is to protect the ideas you don't like. So I am more than happy to allow people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Nancy Pelosi, everyone to go out there and say whatever they believe. Even, God help me, Antifa, when they're not being violent, causing riots all across the country, when they're not inciting violence, because that is the difference. If you incite violence, no, I don't support that, and no one should. And it doesn't matter whether you're on the left, the right, the middle. It doesn't matter. The rule stays the same. Say whatever you want. You don't have to like it, but no one gets to stop it. And you definitely don't get to incite violence either in what you're saying or what you're trying to stop, because that's wrong. And it also happens to be illegal. Now, one of the big things that we notice about that is that we saw recently Rashida Tlaib. She is a congresswoman. And amazingly, this congresswoman has the belief that she can say anything that she wants to, and that it's okay. And she can be as racist as she wants to be. And on the screen, what you see is a quote from Dave Rubin on Twitter yesterday. And he says, quote, "I still can't get over this. A sitting member of Congress saying that people should be hired by the government based on skin color. Progressives' racism must be called out as they try to institutionalize it." And he has a little piece here, which I'm going to play for you. And this is Rashida Tlaib talking in Detroit.
So here we're on page 3. Anybody look like? You say yes, huh?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not. You know what? And also, analysts need to be African Americans, not people that are not. Because let me tell you, no, it happens all the time.
Okay.
It's true.
Okay.
I mean, I think non-African Americans think African Americans all look the same. I've seen it even on the House floor, people calling Elijah Cummings John Lewis and John Lewis Elijah Cummings, and they're totally different people. I'm just saying.
Well,
I see it all the time, and I love them because they go along with it.
well, I trust people
I know.
who are trained,
I know.
regardless of race, regardless of gender.
Yeah.
It's about the training.
But it does make a huge difference.
So,
It does. The animals.
Okay, so the question on whether or not it makes a difference in someone's ability innately, because of the color of their skin, they should be better. Because of the gender they're born with, or the gender they decide that they want to have, they are innately better. Women are better than men, and gay people are better than straight people, and people who are transgender are better than all of that because they've made a choice. And that has nothing to do with their ability to actually do the job. That has nothing to do with their ability to just be good people. No. It's because they have a color. Because you don't count as an individual. And when you start believing in that kind of thing, when you have Rashida Tlaib out there making racist comments and no one in the Democratic Party is willing to say, hey, stop saying racist things. Stop being a racist. Even as the Detroit, the chief of police of Detroit is out there saying, you are wrong. He has come out and publicly said that you need to stop this. This is racism, and we do not believe in that. Nobody in the news media wants to cover it. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's not trending on Google right now. And if you think I'm wrong, let me show you what Google Trends is showing you right this second. Right this second on Google Trends. If you go in there, you're going to see stories about the Astros. You're going to see Diane Carroll, who is a singer. No one's talking about her. You're going to see Cody Simpson, whoever he is. I don't know, and I don't care. The Big Mouth Season 3, because that's really important to your life. How about Summer Walker, whoever she is? The Twins versus the Yankees. In Tall Grass. Don't even know what it is. It's a book, I assume. Jen Harley, no idea. Rick Perry, guess what? He ran for president. He is the Secretary of Education, as I recall. Energy, excuse me. Correction. Secretary of Energy. And no one cares. Boy Meets World. It's an old TV show. Who cares? Ciara, don't know, don't care. Noel Gallagher, don't know, don't care. Free Guy, don't know, don't care. Addams Family Values. It's a movie from over 10 years ago. We see these are the things that are important. You know, yesterday, Seahawks, Joker, Atlanta Braves, Dodgers, National Taco Day. Really, these are the things that people are looking for. Okay, so that's really important. But when it comes down to it, talking about whether or not we should hold Democrats to the same standard that we hold every other politician, and especially, God help us, if a conservative or a Republican says something that is even hinted at being anything but absolutely above board, well, then they are absolute racists. That's why me just making these comments right now, there is going to be someone out there who's going to turn around and say, Mike, you are a white nationalist Nazi. And if you're looking at this on video, I think you might think that's kind of stupid, but let's go beyond that. When you hear these kind of statements, when there is a double-edged sword, when some people are privileged and other peoples are not, merely because of the color of their skin or the gender that they are born as, especially if they claim a different one, when we start making these rules based on that and not the quality and character of the individual, well, then we get things like Binghamton University, where we have a young freshman student, a female freshman student at Binghamton University who was attacked for no reason other than she said hello. Think about that. A female freshman at Binghamton University, a major college, was attacked because she said hello. Now, if you think I don't know what I'm talking about, if you think that doesn't sound right, if you think that's kind of crazy, well, let's get into it, because I have her here in the studio with me, along with my former intern, John Rastucia, and he is the Binghamton University College Republicans president. He is also a
College Libertarians president. I am also the recruitment director for the Young Americans for Liberty. I hold a lot of titles.
Yes, you do. And that's why he was my intern, folks, because he does hold a lot of titles. And if it sounds like there's a little bit of an echo, that's because we've got like 3 mics going all at once. So there's going to be a little bit of feedback there. We'll do our best on it. But we now have them on the screen, so you can see why I'm all the way over on the left of the screen here, but also more importantly, so that you can hear some of their thoughts, what they think and believe at this moment. Let me say, is there anything that I have said so far that is not correct?
No.
Okay. And by the way, you may be wondering, who is this young woman who's sitting here between me and John, and you haven't seen her on the show before? Why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Lacey Kestisher. I'm a freshman at Binghamton, and basically I've gained a lot of popularity because I opened up a Turning Point chapter, which hasn't been sitting well with a lot of liberals as of right now. Lots of hate, getting attacked online. All I did, I simply put out a message. I think I said, hi, my name's Lacey Kestisher. Feel free to like the page. We're opening up a Turning Point chapter. And then, I don't know, people just didn't like it and then just started attacking me.
Well, it's more than just that, because it didn't just go, hey, well, how do I explain? See, I went to the webpage, and everyone can go there. It's on the
Facebook.
You can go in there and check it out for yourself. Matter of fact, I'll show you a screenshot so you know exactly where to go. It's Binghamton University, Turning Point USA. Okay? And you can go right there. You'll see, and I'm not going to show any of the names of anyone on there, so I'm not going to move the page around. But you can go on there for yourself and see. It's very innocuous. And the thing that got me, and why we have this program going on right now, Echo and all, and why Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all are denying us the ability to get online to tell you about it live, is because on that page, the very first post was you, Lacey, saying, hello guys, hey, we've got this Turning Point chapter at Binghamton University. Hope it's going to be great. We believe in free speech. Talk to you soon.
That was ultimately what I wrote, because basically we speak on fiscal issues and just promoting free market and really taking ownership over your economics and financials. And I was just saying hi. I'm trying to be friendly on the page, just really invite everybody onto it. I don't really care if you're progressive or whether you be conservative. It doesn't matter. We're just trying to open up a conversation right now. And the feedback ended up being racist.
You were directly called a racist, a white nationalist. You were told that you're working with a nationalist, racist organization. They disparaged you. They attacked you. And if I was a Democrat, if I was a progressive, I would say that there was mansplaining going on, and that they were using their male white privilege to attack you as a woman and to belittle your liberties as a woman because they are vile, sexist beasts. That's what I would say if I was a progressive.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if you flip it the other way around, if I was hypothetically opening up a progressive club or something, and then men, like, it was mostly men that were attacking me on the page also, because I looked directly through their profiles and I found that they were left-leaning. And if I was...
More than a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And they, I was just thinking about it. If I was a liberal woman, I was being attacked by conservative men, the media outrage would be, I don't even know.
The media would be all over this.
It'd be over it.
We'd already hear this on national news, that how dare a freshman young woman go to a college and be attacked for speaking about her thoughts and beliefs. How dare the men attack her and belittle her for her beliefs because they don't like it. How dare they do that? These are the progressive rules that we're speaking about right now. This is the progressive language that I am using. And it just so happens that it's being used against progressives. But these are their rules. These are their words. And how dare they then turn around and say, oh, you can't do that. By the way, folks, I want to give you a quick glimpse. In case you're wondering, well, Turning Point women, I heard all about this. Is that Candace Owens? Is that Charlie Kirk? They're kind of out there. Let me tell you what this is actually about. Going to their website directly on the Turning Point USA, it is their mission statement, and they are there for educating students about the importance of fiscal responsibility, limited government, and free markets. I don't think anyone wants to see students who aren't fiscally responsible. You may or may not like limited government, but I don't think too many people are against free markets unless you want to give up your iPad and your Starbucks right now. It goes on in Turning Point USA to say that they identify student activists in every corner of the country who believe in limited government and individual liberty. If you don't happen to like that, keep in mind that right now you have progressive organizations, democratic socialists, going out to get students to try and convert them all into a socialist government, and they don't believe in individual liberty, they believe in the group. If one can do it, why can't another group? Let's go back to what they say there. They want to register students to vote. I think if you go to any college campus right now, you're seeing progressives, Democrats, liberals are going whole hog on trying to get students to register to vote.
Can confirm, yeah. They have a whole center on campus on the university called the Center for Civic Engagement, who have been shown to be far left, very far left, in fact, as someone who used to work for them. They sent us to a conference, and one of their speakers was Sean King, for those who don't know, the far left activist, claiming to be nonpartisan organization. So I mean, this is why I asked you, Michael. I called you up and I was like, hey, you got to hear Lacey's story because you're going to find it interesting. I think a lot of other people want to hear this too.
I'm livid about this. I am absolutely livid about this. And I'm the first thing, and I went onto the page immediately after I looked at the comments, and the first thing I had to say is, you know what? I'm looking forward to seeing whatever it is you're going to say in the future, and I support you to have the free speech to actually do something. Then we can say, okay, it's good, it's bad, it's great, it's whatever it may be, but then it'll be its thing. But to say hello and get attacked and called a racist because you said hello, imagine anywhere else in America, imagine on CNBC, on Fox News, imagine any Republican, anyone going out and saying, you say hello and they say you're a racist. You are a Nazi. How dare you say good morning?
Yeah, it was just basically upon opening the page, saying hi, and then I think it was within a few hours of opening it, I was already getting hate, or it was under 12 hours pretty much. I think it might have been the next day when I woke up, and I open up the Facebook because I'm getting notifications, and I'm responding to it. You have the free speech, say whatever you want. I don't really care, but at least have some type of evidence to back it up. There's nothing there.
Substance, some kind of substance.
Something.
Let me ask you, how did this make you feel? I know the left is very, very committed to feelings, how everyone feels. How did you feel being attacked for saying hello?
I was shocked, but honestly, it didn't bother me at all. If anything, it just makes me want to put out more messages because it shows that they're just trying to shut me down. So I'm just going to try harder now. If I'm already getting this hate right now, I can only imagine what's gonna be happening when I do a tabling event in the next few weeks. So if anything, it's just riling up our base and it's getting us ready for what's to come. Because if they want to shut me down now, then they could just keep it coming because they have the right to say anything they want. I don't care, but there's just nothing there and it's just pointless. It's waste of time, waste of energy. It's like use it towards something else. If they really want to shut me down that bad, then I don't know. I was also called a fascist as well.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of ironic because if you're a fascist, then you shut down the opposite side.
They won't be able to make it.
Yeah, if anything, they're more fascist than we supposedly are, as they say, because they're trying to shut the opposite side down, but we're trying to build them up. We have open voices for everybody in our group. I have progressives that want to come into my group, friends that I've talked with who lean on the opposite side. I'm open to it. It's free speech. But
let me ask you something, because I'm curious. You're part of Turning Point. Let me ask you, how did you get to that point? Let's start from there. What made you decide? Were you always a Republican? Were you always a conservative?
Yes, so I grew up in New Jersey, but my county's very red Republican. But I noticed throughout high school, a little bit of a gap started to open up, especially senior year. Seeing where people lean, it started to become a little bit more left. But I keep my conservative values, and it's what I believe in. I've been pushing this agenda. Even throughout high school, I'll always remain that way, where these are my beliefs, nothing's going to change. So I knew coming to campus, I was getting involved with John and Republicans and libertarians, and even like our newspaper, The Review, but there had to be another step beyond that, and it turned into Turning Point, ultimately.
Right, and I connected you with Turning Point. I'll add on to this. Lacey came to me. She was gung-ho, real firebrand, energetic. All the traits that I tend to look for because I see myself as those. So as soon as Lacey came to me, I connected her with the Leadership Institute, the conservative national organization, conservative libertarian, who specialize in setting up clubs like that. And I had told the club, I may not agree with Turning Point, but you know what? Anyone who wants to start a chapter, I am all for it. I will help you out 100% of the way. And our contact with Leadership Institute said, hey, why don't you start a Turning Point? And Lacey was gung-ho, so I said, let's do it.
So you're an entrepreneur. You're going out there to do something that no one else has done. on something that's based in your beliefs, and people are attacking, there's some small-minded individuals who attack you on that. And if people don't like me, yeah, this is personal. This is freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of speech. So yeah, when someone's trying to shut it down, I get very, very aggravated and animated. So yes, I am. A little out of character for me, but we'll deal with it. So let me ask you this. This has happened. This was about 3 days ago? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
And in the last 3 days, what has been the response by Turning Point? What has been the response by Binghamton University?
I haven't gotten any direct response from Turning Point. I've spoken with people. It's expected that this is going to happen. But Binghamton students, I've actually had some other Republicans come out and support me. So it's been a little bit of a back and forth I've been noticing between people that are on the very far left and then other people that are just even like a moderate conservative, where it's, hey, just give it some time. You're just jumping to conclusions right now, because calling us fascist for...
Okay,
I
want to be clear.
Yep.
The moderates are telling the radicals, the fringe, who called you a racist for saying hello, they're telling them, hey, calm down. Not
Yes.
you. Okay, I just want to be clear the way you were explaining. I want to make sure we know what people are saying.
Yeah, because I've responded back to a few, and I was saying, hey, we promote free speech. You have your opinion, I have mine. Show up to a meeting, come at least try it out once. But there's only so many people I could respond back to at the end of the day, because, yeah, I don't have many comments, but I know it's just going to be an effect that's going to keep on happening, because they keep on giving me 1-star reviews. Somehow I have a 2.6 out of 5 stars right now on Facebook. It's unbelievable, and we haven't even done anything yet. But I've just been responding back with, we promote free speech, but I'm leaving it right now to the public. So if they want to argue, I like watching it unfold, because it ends up being, I get people who support me.
Okay. And I want to say very, very blatantly and very directly to those individuals on Facebook, the only reason why you're not being named right now is because that young woman said, please don't. Because Facebook is public. It is open to the public. Anyone can comment, and I was going to take your comments and show it to the world. She asked me not to. We're being nice. And I respect you, and I respect your wishes and Turning Point's wishes on that. So I'm not going to do that. But people can go and see for themselves all of the things that fit that Turning Point and what you're doing in that chapter, so they can evaluate it for themselves. And that's why I wanted to highlight it. But like, you can go out there and you can check it out yourself. And again, I'll show you the page so you can go to it directly, folks. And again, this is the Binghamton University Turning Point USA. And they have meetings. How often do you have meetings over there?
We're going to start meeting probably once every 2 weeks, would you say?
Yeah, probably.
As your president, so you're going to... So it's not officially recognized by the student government, because we just wanted to cut out the bureaucracy. Lacey was like, I don't want to deal with the essay. I deal with the essay. I don't like dealing with the essay. So I'm letting her use the College Libertarians and College Republicans office whenever she wants to.
Okay, the SA is...
The student government, the student association.
Okay.
And I'll say this about Lacey, it's funny that all these people are acting like children, getting mad, throwing temper tantrums, calling her fascist. And, it's really hard for students to impress me. I see a lot of young conservative activists. Lacey's, in the face of this, her responses have been appropriate. They have been adult. It's just incredible to me to see, how Lacey's reacting to this as the new president Turning Point. And that's what got me excited about, this chapter.
I wanted to talk about this issue from the moment that you brought it to my attention. But the thing that made me want to get you on, Lacey, is because of your responses. They are subtly First Amendment statements of you have the ability to speak, that's your thought. How about you come out and actually get a fact to go with your preconceived feelings that have no basis in truth, because there's nothing to base it on. There's nothing's been done. So, and I can't emphasize that enough. This is what progressivism is. It's making a decision based on a category. This is approved, that isn't approved, and you must hate things that aren't approved, even though you have no evidence to make a difference. And if we were going by the rules of Rashida Tlaib, how dare they? You're a young woman. How dare they pick on you? And again, I keep going back to, these are progressive rules I'm using here. These are the progressive ideals that I'm quoting, and yet these are the progressive ideals that progressives are violating because, well, they get to make the rules? I don't think so. You know, the First Amendment doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Let me ask you. Has the student, so Binghamton University has not responded about this at all. Are they aware about it?
I do not know if they're aware.
They're going to be now.
I assume that they are aware, though, because of some of the feedback I've been getting, and I've been doing my best, because once I get improved into a different, on Facebook, there's class of 2022, class of 2020. I've been adding myself in and then posting in the groups, so I'm assuming that they must have an idea what's going on right now.
You also invited college progressives, didn't you, to the first meeting?
I have not gotten a response back. It's been almost a week. I had a very, very nice message also. I said, hi, I'm Lacey. I'm the new founder. Please feel free, and let's work together in spreading new ideas. And let's, pretty much what I was saying, let's promote different ideologies. I'm open to it. Why not? It's free speech. No response.
Well, I find, that's something like I've always seen, and I've given out the message before, and I'll say it again, to the progressive leaders of tomorrow, Plot, who are in Binghamton, to the members of Antifa. They have a cell in Binghamton, and I know who some of you are, to the Democratic Socialists, to the Democrats in Binghamton. I have always said, please comment. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a dialogue. I'll have you on this show. I don't edit. Let's do it. I've talked to many of your leaders, and Assemblywoman Donald Pardo, County Executive Jason Garnar, many of the candidates that have run. I'm still waiting for Congressman Anthony Brindisi to speak to me for 3 years, to have an open, unedited conversation live with the public. Seems he's afraid of that. And it seems like Plot and Antifa and the Democratic Socialists also are afraid to actually show up and have their voice heard, which makes me wonder, what are they really standing for? If you believe in your issues, then talk about them. And I mean, talk, have a conversation, not yell, not scream. And that's something that you're saying as well.
Yes, because I always find it's a dichotomy basically between the party where they're always saying, we want to be tolerant, but you're not tolerating me, because they're not being tolerant. They're basically just attacking me for no good reason. There's nothing to be done. There's no reason to be coming out right now.
Let me ask, so you have obviously friends who are other freshmen. You have friends who are women, regardless of their political ideology. Yes. And some of them are whatever color they may be, because I don't care. That doesn't matter. Yes. As women, are they feeling, or have they expressed that how they feel about this attack against you?
I have actually kept it pretty quiet because...
Oops, too late.
Okay. I don't mind them knowing, but I know some people are they'll just shun me if they know I'm conservative.
Really?
Yes.
I know.
I mean, I've heard that over and over again, but every time I just can't believe that, especially for the young, I mean, I get it sometimes, but that you guys have to deal with, gee, you can't be my friend because I have the wrong politics. You can't date me because I have the wrong politics. What's that got to do with who you are?
It has absolutely nothing to do, but it's something that I have to face also, where I'm to the point where, yes, I've been here for maybe about a month so far.
Right.
I know that when this does come out, I know there's some people that are sticking by me. Other people don't know, and I honestly think they're just going to be, hey, I don't want anything to do with you. That's fine. If you're that close-minded, then don't be friends with me. That's just how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day, but that's the environment that we're in now, where a lot of freshmen, I know people who, I'm more open with my views because I can support it, and it's something that I genuinely believe in. It's one of the few things where I can say, without a doubt, I'm a conservative, and I will always stand by those beliefs. Whereas I've been noticing some people, when they get to know me, they'll finally open up and be, hey, I'm a conservative, but like if we're talking in the dorms, they have to close the door because they get worried, basically.
So they have to be fearful.
They're scared.
So there's an environment of fear, at Binghamton University, I know you watch this. I know County Executive Jason Garnar watches this. I know that Assemblywoman Donald Pardo watches this. You're elected officials. This is your community. I know many of the members of Plot, of the Democratic Party. I know you all watch this. I talk with you on a regular basis, and I hear about what you have to say. This is what you're doing right now. There is an element of fear that is being conveyed. We're listening to her tell us. There is an element of fear, a culture of fear that is being grown in our university. Guys, do something. You got to fix this, because that's not right. That's not what America's about. That's not what our schools are supposed to be about. And if I have to be the only voice that stands up and says in the media that we should never allow this, and I'm saying that for progressives, I'm saying that for conservatives, libertarians, there is no one who should be fearful of others because they have a political ideology on a university, which is supposed to be a nurturing ground for free speech. Young people who are going to be the future of America. What are we teaching them? You should be afraid. You should hide in a closet so that no one knows what you are. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like the gay bashing that happened in the 50s and the 60s. Don't let anyone know. Hide in a closet because, you shouldn't let them know. And if you do, they'll attack you. That's the same kind of accusations that have been used, or statements that have been used to justify women being raped. She wore the wrong clothes, so she got raped. That's wrong. We've all agreed that's wrong. Then why is this okay? I'm asking the leadership of the Democratic Party. I'm asking the leadership of Plot, of Antifa. I'm asking the Democratic Socialists. I'm asking the elected officials. This is your party. This is what your party's putting out there. This is the result. This is what you are reaping from what you have sown. Do you agree with that? How about Binghamton University? Do you agree that you should have such an environment? This is Michael Voss who's saying this. I'm the only one who's speaking right now. I'll turn the picture off right now, and I'm letting you know this is me. No one else is making a comment here. I'm saying that. I'm a 51-year-old man who pays taxes for this university, and I don't want to see my taxes go to create a culture of fear where any woman, any man, any child, anyone of any race or religion has to go around and say, I'm afraid to be me. And I thought that's what the Democrats were out there promoting and championing. Apparently, that's not true. But enough of my tirade, and I apologize. I take the First Amendment very strongly. I take the future for you and all students very seriously. And I don't agree with anyone trying to step on that, because I don't know, you could be president one day, you could cure cancer, you could build, I don't know, the next thing that replaces computers. Who knows? The future is wide open. I mean, what is it that you want to study?
I'm studying business right now, but ultimately, I don't know where that's going to lead me. I genuinely enjoy politics, though. We're going to say I'm playing it by ear, but
you got time.
I have time, exactly.
You got time. And I think that in speaking with you and looking what you've been saying, and the fact that you have the drive to go out there and stand for what you believe, that's very encouraging to me. Because you look at every great leader, every great businessman we have out there, they all started with the same thing. They had a belief and a drive, and they said, I'm going to do it no matter what the adversity. We look at Mahatma Gandhi, we look at Dr. Martin Luther King, we look at Malcolm X. You can go through history. Individuals who faced adversity said, no, I believe I'm right. I believe this is the good cause. I'm going to fight and go forward even with adversity in front of me, and they succeeded. And I want you to remember that, because when they're giving you adversity like this, it's the fact that great people succeed because even though other people are trying to put them down, because their greatness cannot be contained. That includes you, and that includes everyone who stands up for themselves. I believe that entirely, and I support you. I want to hear your voice, and you are always welcome on this program at any time to speak out loud. And I hope that the other media like WNBF, WBNG, all of them, Spectrum News, they should all be following this up and make sure that the public knows that, you know what, it's not tolerated to attack people for saying hello. I can't say that enough. But I'm dominating this, and I don't mean to.
No.
But this is the first time you've been on. How is it so far?
I like it.
Having fun?
Yeah, it's fun.
Right.
No, it's nice being able to speak my views. I mean, I do it anyways on campus, but it's nice to be in a different environment doing it.
Well, people who aren't going to attack you for everything.
Yes.
You said something. Oh my God, I don't know, what's the word? Oh yeah, I'm triggered. Oh my God, I'm triggered. She spoke,
But you know what, Michael? I'll jump off on what you're saying. You know how people can help out for this cause? People in the community? Show up to our events.
That's true.
I'm kind of doing a plug here, but if they're attacking her for just opening up a Turning Point USA chapter, imagine how they're going to react when Arthur Laffer, Trump's former economic advisor to the Trump campaign, comes on campus. Imagine how they're going to react when we get a panel of experts to debate socialism, the case against socialism, which you're a part of.
Yes, I am.
You were graciously asked to be part of. People are very excited for you. They love seeing you.
I'm going to enjoy speaking about all of my experiences over in Russia for a year and a half during while the communist government existed.
Oh, yeah.
The end of the USSR and why it ended and what I saw there. So I'll have a great time speaking about that and just some of the other political ramifications. I know it's a great panel of people. We're talking about George Phillips. We're talking about Niger.
Enos.
I don't know why I said Nigel for a second there.
He's a good Farage, probably. But,
yeah.
But yeah, we have actual people coming. And when the community comes out and supports a controversial event, even if they don't agree with it, that's what we're here to discuss. Even if the Democratic Socialists go, well, how can they speak against socialism? Show up and debate them. Show up and debate, people like you. Show up and debate the causes that you believe in. We want to open up that dialogue. That's what we're here for. I'm personally against socialism. I think it's pretty messed up, and I think it's an evil. But come and debate it with me. Come and debate it with our panelists who are laying out those points. I mean...
Well, how are we supposed to know what's the best thing if we don't have that conversation?
Have the discussion, exactly.
Weigh the pros and cons and say, hey, this is maybe the best path for America. I was just reminded of something. Great thought. Einstein.
Yeah.
He was rejected. Everyone laughed at him, said, oh, this is a guy stock room. He's a clerk. What does he know? How smart could this guy be? We're not going to pay attention to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what they started off with until someone actually paid attention and asked him a couple of questions and suddenly realized, wait a minute, this guy's brilliant and he's so far ahead of everyone else, we haven't figured out how to even begin to catch up to him. And here goes the modern world because of it. That is the inspiration. I hope that's an inspiration I can leave you with.
Yes.
That, you know what? Yeah, they just don't understand where you're at yet. And I can't wait to see what you're going to grow into and how you're going to blossom with that, because that adversity is what can fuel you. And I look forward to it, and I want to be at the first event there. I want to hear you speaking, and I want to see them have a conversation, not screaming, not some stupid protest, shouting words, and not listening to anyone. Having a conversation and saying, hey, here's some ideas. Because I don't know. I can't even imagine where... I'm not 18. It's got to be, who knows what the future is, yeah.
No, because especially even bring it back to the campus at Binghamton, we were sitting, I have a great professor for business law, but thank God, even though he's even said, because we're friends with him on Facebook, he's outright, he says he's a Democrat, but he lets us all express our views. But when we initially walked in there, I remember we were doing something with abortion, basically. So you can imagine me, and he goes, take a pro-life, because he kind of caught on to it a little bit, because he's like, debate next class, you take pro-life, somebody else take pro-choice. I was very hesitant walking in there. Ultimately, the next day, it's like, oh man, I don't know what's going to happen, this isn't going to be good, I'm going to fail at this class. But it's really funny, because everybody's quiet, and until I say something pro-life, based off the Constitution, then all of a sudden you hear, oh no, this, that, and then you hear a bunch of other people start opening their mouths, basically.
Because people have thoughts.
Yes, and then all of a sudden it's a lot of pro-lifers end up being in the class, and the pro-choice people, you don't really hear them talking at all. You know who they are, but all of a sudden...
Much for tuning in to No Soundbites Allowed today. I am the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge. All right, I'm annoyed with my intro. It's not playing properly. Don't know why. Doesn't matter. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is February 16th. It is currently 5:46. We're back on time. My puppy is happy. And I'm happy to be back with everybody here. Now, in the first half of the program, we were talking about some breaking news. We were talking about what's been going on overseas in terms of what's been happening with the crypto in Argentina and Javier Milei. We were talking a little bit about what's happening with Europe, and in particular the peace talks or ceasefire talks that are happening with Russia about the war with Ukraine. We talked a little bit about what's happening in Thailand, Southeast Asia, and some advice for those who are traveling overseas. So we covered a lot of news. Now, I did want to go back to one of the things I was talking about before the break. We were talking about Ukraine. We were talking about the negotiations that are going on right now, and it has been confirmed by the State Department, Marco Rubio, while we were doing the show. He's come out and he has said that Europe will not be part of the negotiations with Russia, that the Ukraine will not be part of the negotiations with Russia for a ceasefire and or peace talks going forward, that it will be between the United States and Russia in Saudi Arabia. So that's been confirmed. And we were talking about why Europe was very upset about this. That Deutsche Welle, their DW News, the German news agency, was interviewing EU specialists talking about how Europe wants to have a seat at the table, that they want to be involved, even though they haven't been involved for the most part in the actual fighting of the war. They weren't supporting the Ukraine. 80% of the support of the Ukraine has come from the United States. Most of the weapons, the ammunition, come from the United States. Most of the humanitarian aid has come from the United States. But Europe wants to have a more prominent seat. They want to be there to help dictate what's going to happen. Now, what I left out of that conversation is, why does Europe want to sit at the table? Why do they want to be involved so much, even though they have done so little and they have been hands off? They were more than happy to allow the United States to spend over $300 billion on the Ukraine for the last several years. Why are they willing to sit back and let the United States absorb all the cost and all the difficulties, but they want to be in the negotiations for the peace talks? The simple answer is, this is about rare earth metals. This is about fertilizer. That's what this is about. Because Russia is invariably and ultimately will get much of the land that they have already captured through the fighting. That's a given. But what remains, the rare earth, the access to rare earth metals, to some of the farms, the fertilizer, that is the lifeblood of the Ukraine, that they are literally part of the cradle of food around the world. Since the war has started, there's been a 30% food crisis, 30% less food in the world than in 2019 since the start of the war. That's a big deal. And much of that is because of the fertilizer that the world relies on coming out of the Ukraine. So that is one of the things that Europe absolutely wants to have more access to. But also, it's rare earth metals. For those who are eco-fanatical and want renewable energy, they want to put up windmills everywhere, they want to put up solar panels everywhere, they need rare earth metals for that. Much of that comes from Africa. About 12% comes from the continent of Africa. About 24% is in Greenland, where right now the United States is in negotiations with Greenland to be able to get access to those rare earth metals, which is because of Donald Trump. And that's a massive win. But in addition to that, there's also the rare earth metals in the Ukraine. This is one of the reasons why Russia actually invaded the Ukraine. It was the food, the fertilizer, uranium, and other rare earth metals. That's why they went in there. Well, now the United States, since we funded all of this, since we've been the main force behind the Ukraine in doing this, we know what the Ukraine wants. They want independence. They want an assurance that someone will defend them in the future. That's what they want. So they're easy. And they may bluster and talk about more, but that's to keep up the morale of those who are fighting as we speak, to make their loss feel less like a loss to the troops who are fighting. We don't need them to be at the table for that reason, and Russia doesn't care. Russia cares about the United States. Europe wants to be there because they want part of the rare earth metals. That's what America is demanding as repayment. You see, the Ukraine can't pay back all of the money that the United States has loaned them, all of the weapons that we have provided for them. They can't pay us back. They would literally bankrupt their country for years to come to try and pay us back for everything that we have given them over the last 2.5 years. So since they can't possibly pay us back in cash, they have to give us something that will be equivalent or worthwhile. The only thing that they need, we don't need food. America already makes more than enough food, and we help feed the rest of the world. We don't need the fertilizer. We already make that as well, and we're more than capable of being able to provide food even without the fertilizer. So it's not the food or the fertilizer. Those are important to America. They are important to Russia. They are important to Europe. No, what we want are the rare earth metals, which is part of getting renewable energy. That's part of getting the batteries for electric vehicles and to further develop the energy grid in the United States. It's part of our energy independence. And so we want access to more. That's why we made the deal with Greenland. That's why we're making the deal with Ukraine, because we can't make the deal with Africa. China has already taken all those deals. Under the Obama administration, when President Obama was ignoring Africa for various reasons, China stepped in 2010, 2012, 2014. They were making the deals to get all of the rare earth metals then. So America has gone to Greenland, and now we're going to the Ukraine. The Ukraine, in part, is also trying to keep out Europe and the United States, or at least be there with the United States, so they can keep as much of the rare earth metals as possible, because they know that is part of the future economy of the world. And so this is very valuable. Again, this is why Russia actually invaded into the Ukraine, for the food and the rare earth metals. And right now, Ukraine is trying to negotiate with the United States, as well as with Russia, on how they're going to pay back the United States, how much they're going to give us. Donald Trump has asked for 50% of all the rare earth metals in the Ukraine. Ukraine is saying no, they don't want to give away that much, because they're already losing 30, 50% of their rare earth metals to Russia because of the war. So they don't want to give away that much, but I don't think they have much of a choice, because they can't pay us back any other way. So that's something I left out in the discussion. Yeah. So I didn't want to leave that out, so you understand why Europe wants to be involved, why Europe is pissed off that they've been tossed to the side, because that's what they deserve. That's what they have earned in this conflict, to be the cleanup crew and not at the table with the adults talking about the terms of the ceasefire and or peace. And Ukraine, well, again, We already know what they want, and they already owe us more than they could possibly give back, so they don't really need to be there either. I am not upset that they aren't involved because they're not necessary, nor is Europe. And Europe may be upset about that, but this is what they earned. This was the choice they made early in. So that's what they get. Now, if anyone disagrees about that, please do let me know. In terms of the video during the break, I wanted you to see that that conversation was with a freshman, young woman, a good friend of mine. And I had first spoken to her, Lacey, about what happened at Binghamton University. In her first year, freshman year, she was being attacked by progressives on Binghamton University's campus. To no surprise to any of us, 2 years later, Lacey would be one of 3 Republicans on Binghamton University that would be surrounded and attacked by 200, I say again, 200 progressive students at Binghamton University. This was encouraged in large part by the university's administration, including then President Harvey Stenger, who was responsible for a lot of the progressive activism on Binghamton University campus. By the way, Binghamton University is a state campus, not a private campus. It's a state campus. So they were using your taxpayer dollars, both from New York State and federally, to promote an environment, a political environment that was perfectly okay with attacking women because of their politics, because of their political ideology. Now, imagine if that was done to Democrats. There would be hell to pay. But because she's a conservative woman, they were perfectly fine with a mob calling and trying to get even more. And one of the members of that mob, by the way, happened to be a Democrat from the Binghamton City Council, who was a student at the time, and he was part of that mob. We have the video of him being there as the 200 students gathered around and were verbally attacking and being aggressors against Lacey, that young woman, who, by the way, happens to be about 5'1". She's a tiny girl, but obviously incredibly terrifying to progressive leftists, because that 5'1" young woman, terrified they needed 200 progressives just to confront her. I'm so happy she's done so well in her life. I'm so happy for her. By the way, folks, so if you have been watching the program, or if you're just joining us, because I know some people just like to hear about the domestic issues and how America is affecting the rest of the world directly or indirectly, please do hit the like, share, and or subscribe buttons. Most importantly, subscribe. That helps us to break through the de-emphasis of YouTube and some of the other social media giants. It helps us to get past their suppression so that we can reach you and more people around the world, because God knows they don't like us talking about these things. Whether or not you agree doesn't matter. They don't want you to even have the conversation. They don't want you to talk about the benefits or the problems with a 15-minute city. They just want you to obey. They don't want you to know the difficulties that Javier Milei has gone through in revamping, revitalizing Argentina. And that change is possible even on a national level, even when it's dramatic change, that it can be done. And Javier Milei happens to be a libertarian, so they definitely don't want you to know that libertarians can be effective on a national level. They don't want to have that conversation. They want you just to obey. And the way you can fight that, like, share, and most of all, subscribe. By the way, if you get the chance, if you want, and you have an extra $1.50 a month, you can join our Patreon and support the channel that way. In addition, which we look forward to. Thank you for those who are already doing so. That's $1.50 a month, not a week, not a day, a month. Less than 1 cup of coffee for a month, and you're able to help support this channel. Or if you want, you can always go to our PayPal directly. Let me also mention that, yes, the IRS is slow walking some of the documents that we need to monetize on YouTube, but we are monetized on Rumble. So you can go to Rumble right now, spend $1 and have the same ability as it would cost $20 to leave us a super chat on Rumble. It's called a rant, and leave us a comment there, and we'll be happy to take your comments. We love the support. We thank you for that. So with that all said, because we have to say it, if we don't talk about these things, we don't get anywhere. So we do need that. Money is important. So I'm going to get into a little bit about, there's some further breaking news that came out while we were away. And that is with former Governor Andrew Cuomo. There is now an endorsement and statements from Cuomo indicating that he's going to be running for the mayor of New York City. Now, we're going to get into that in more detail in just a moment, but it seems that there is a growing sentiment and more of a push for Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor of New York, a man who is responsible for the death of 16,000 New Yorkers, an individual who put out a cover-up on a federal level. He covered up a federal investigation into the 16,000 New Yorkers that he essentially killed. And on top of that, this is Andrew Cuomo, the man who was found to have committed 11 acts of sexual misconduct, according to Letitia James, not the right-leaning news media, not the commentary. This came from Letitia James herself. Her independent investigation into 7 accusations of sexual misconduct found 11 actual cases of sexual misconduct. And somehow the Democrats, with all of that information, did not charge Andrew Cuomo with anything. He walked scot-free. All he had to do was resign. In embarrassment, in disgrace. But the Democrats knew that it wouldn't last. That he had enough money, $25 million in donations from other Democrats, that he was able to use that money and he would come back into politics. And he is doing it now because he thinks you, the public, have forgotten that it's okay because no one will remember what he did, how many people he helped to kill, how many people he sexually assaulted. He thinks you will not remember that, and that Democrats are so desperate they're going to reelect him no matter what, because he has a name, because he has money for ads that will tell you that he is great. We on this channel have never forgotten what Andrew Cuomo did, how he ran conservatives out of New York State, and how he has raised the cost of living in New York State, how he assaulted women, and how he abused elderly and mostly elderly individuals in New York State and caused them to die. We have never forgotten that. And we will remind everyone, especially if he does run, we will remind everyone about that every day that he is trying to get elected again. He does not deserve it. He should have been in jail, in our opinion. He should not be running for any elected office, and no one should ever vote for him. That is our opinion. You can have a different opinion. I'm happy to hear why you would want to support him with the knowledge of these facts. Again, it has nothing to do with my personal feeling. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a Republican or that I have conservative viewpoints. It's the fact that he did this. We know he has done this. This has been confirmed. There's no reason why he should be elected to anything. And again, we say he should be in jail. But that's my opinion. Okay. Let's see. We got some comments coming in. Oh, wow. We got a couple of comments coming in from Rumble right now. Thank you. And Dow says, the intro broke up like an old cell phone conversation. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. It's something with Microsoft and an update with my computer right now. So I apologize. Yeah, I'm one man with limited equipment. We try to do we try to compete against CNN, MSNBC, my other political commentators out there. Many of them have teams and money. We don't. It's just one man and I'm poor. But we make it work. And more importantly, the quality of what we provide to you is superior, we believe, than those other channels. So we will not let technology hold us back. Dow goes on to say, I think that the IRS will be a little delayed as they build barricades and leave booby traps to try and secure themselves from the Doge audit. That's funny. I actually thought you were going to say that they would be delayed because 2,500 IRS agents are being sent to the southern border to help close the border and secure America. And that they're going to claim that, well, they had to send their people to the border so they can't do their job of auditing you and me, the regular people. But that would be a poor excuse, to be honest. But yeah, they're trying to hide from audits. But how can we fix America? How can we cut off the corruption and the illegal spending, the abuses of our government if we don't audit the government? And I know Democrats, you notice Democrats are really upset, not because of the crimes that are being found, the waste that has been found, the inefficiency in our government. That's all fine. In fact, they support that, whether it's from U.S. aid or IRS or any other department of the government. They're fine wasting your money, billions of dollars of your money. They have no problem with that. They want that. They're upset that it's being exposed, that they have failed the American people for years upon years, if not decades, of waste and inefficiency. And they're upset that they have now been exposed, and they're afraid, the Democrats especially, that they're going to be held accountable and they won't get reelected. They won't be able to maintain their power. And that's really sad that that's why they're doing this, why they're complaining. It's not because you have been denied anything. It's not because you have been spared something. No, it's because they want power. That's it. They want their donors to get the money so those donors can kick back to their campaigns so they can maintain their power over you. You are not part of this equation, according to Democrats. That's why we see people like Andrew Cuomo coming back, because Democrats have nothing to offer at this time. And if there's any Democrat out there that wants to dispute this with me, please do. I'll be happy to hear your opinion. But there's a reason why we're seeing people like Andrew Cuomo and Anthony Weiner coming back into politics, even though they've been disgraced, and even though Anthony Weiner has been convicted of crimes, even though they are abusive and they're trying to protect corruption. You know, it's that simple. But let me go on. Dow goes on to say, if Cuomo gets voted into the mayoral office, that clinches the authoritarian takeover of New York State. Hochul will abdicate and the state capital will move to New York City. Sound absurd? Yes, it does. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Andrew Cuomo is not going to be back as mayor. I don't think he can do that, because in running for, governor, because if he runs for governor, that will remind people of the crimes and cover-ups and corruption that he had fully engaged in while he was governor the last time. I don't see it being he's not that popular. He could probably, and he thinks he's not wrong. He is sure that he could probably win New York City because of the super density of Democrats there who simply vote Democrat straight down the line, no matter whose name is on the ticket. They don't know and they don't care. They just vote straight down the line Democrat. And because of that blind adherence to party politics, Andrew Cuomo has a chance to win. A better than average chance to win. But that wouldn't be the case with all of upstate New York, which remembers the policies that he put in place, the corruption that he put in place, the impact, the lives that were lost because of Andrew Cuomo. I don't think he's going to go for governor again. Let's see. Dow goes on to say, at this rate, though, the desperation of the authoritarians to retain power is thirstier than a simp for his OnlyFans e-girl. Well, that's interesting. But notice, we see the actual authoritarianism coming from the Democrats as they claim there's authoritarianism and a lack of transparency from the Trump administration and MAGA. Think about it. We are finding out more about all of the corruption and all of the misspending of taxpayer money from the Trump administration. As Democrats say, we need transparency because this is authoritarian. How is it authoritarian? We're doing an audit. We're finding out where there is waste and cutting that waste off. We are finding out where the United States has been funding terrorists because somehow the Treasury Department was told never stop a check. If we cut a check, no matter who it's to, no matter if it's fraudulent or terrorist, pay them the money. Why would we ever do that? Who okayed that? Who is responsible for that idea? And Democrats don't want you to even, they didn't even want you to know that that was happening. They're upset that you found out that the United States government was sending checks to fraudulent businesses and to terrorists. You got to wonder, why are they upset about that? Why are they upset that we have exposed that and now we have cut that off? Why do they want to reignite that wasteful spending? I don't understand it. Dow finishes up with saying over at Rumble, New York State is one of the few states where they can institute feudalism 2.0. Well, I've often called many of our politicians neo-nobles, and it does fit. He goes on to say, New York will be a holdout stronghold for the left to try and weather the civic nationalist populism currently sweeping the globe. Not just the nation, but yes, we are seeing more of a move to the right, center right, which is where the United States has historically always been. The majority of the people, if we're counting the independents as well as the various parties, America is center right, always has been. And we're seeing that Europe, in terms of Italy, Poland, Sweden, Norway, we're seeing more and more of Europe move center right, much to the dismay of France and Emmanuel Macron, which are vastly more progressive and more aligned with the Chinese Communist Party. So Europe's fighting over that, but here in the United States, we've always been center right, even definitely right of Europe, and that's something that I think is a good position for the United States to be in. We're just being told by the media that have a horse in this race. They have an agenda because their newsrooms are 80, 90% all left-leaning progressives. They have a horse in this race. New York Times is not neutral. I showed you earlier in the program. What is the New York Times saying about the American that was released from Hamas? Well, they didn't want to embarrass Hamas. They don't want to embarrass Harvard or Columbia or UCLA, Binghamton University or Cornell. They didn't want to embarrass these institutions that have supported genocide and terrorism in Hamas. So rather than mention that Hamas and remind the American people that Hamas captured and tortured and sexually abused American citizens, they said, well, those were 3 Israelis that were released yesterday. No, it was 2 Israelis and an American. And to be fair, it's actually 1 Israeli, 1 Brazilian, and 1 American that were released yesterday. So they're misreporting this information so that they can hide the truth from the American people, so that they don't embarrass those who are pro-Hamas and all the pro-Hamas protests that we saw from the Democratic Socialists of America. They want to hide that so they can keep trying to say that they are the better, gentler people when they're actually supporting terrorism. Terrorism on multiple levels in terms of funding, as we see at the Treasury Department, as well as in the institutions of our colleges. That's what they're trying to hide. Okay, so let me jump back to what we were. So we know that the news is now breaking. It is now confirmed that Governor Andrew Cuomo is looking to get into the race. Why is that important? Well, let me show you what we were going to pick up on. So this is, again, MSNBC. Again, this is left-leaning. 90% of every source that I will provide for you about everything that we are drawing conclusions on come from left-leaning news sources, internationally credible left-leaning news sources, as often as possible. About 90% of everything we get is from the left. So don't tell me that, oh no, this is just right-wing. MSNBC is anything but right-wing on any issue. So looking at this, what did they have to say on yesterday, February 15th? Hakeem Jeffries had something to say. Now, I want you to see what's here. Oops, wait a minute.
Are working overtime to dismantle key parts of our government, and they're waging war against progress and any shred of accountability for themselves or their allies. So what is one of the key leaders of the opposition party saying during these unprecedented times? Now, that's a good question. How is he planning to lead or to inspire the resistance against what is starting to look like authoritarianism?
Notice, Trump is starting to look like authoritarianism because he is revealing corruption in the United States, because he is providing transparency, the same transparency you were promised by Obama but never got. The same transparency that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris promised you, but you never got. Yeah, he's actually providing transparency. You're seeing where your money is going for the first time, what has been authorized on your behalf without ever asking you for it, but that's somehow authoritarian. Really? These are departments of the executive branch. This is what the president has control over. He isn't trying to take power from Congress or from the courts. These are departments that are under the executive branch that are at the will of the president. But that's authoritarian because it's not progressive. That's why. Because it isn't what the agenda of MSNBC. It doesn't match their political target. Therefore, it must be bad. You must be bad because you're even talking about it. Do you see how they are framing this? They want you to see this negative. They are focused on Orange Man bad. That's all they have. They can't fight this on a ideological or any other basis. They have to tell you Orange Man bad, Orange Man authoritarian, because they can't actually debate the facts. Because the facts are showing you the truth, and they can't stand the truth. They don't want you to know the truth. They want to hide the truth. But let's go on with what she has to say here.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? Republicans have repeatedly lectured America. They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government.
So this is Hakeem Jeffries. He is a progressive. He is from New York. He is the minority leader in the House of Representatives. Some people may not have seen his face before. So right now he is telling us, and this was on February 7th, again, coming from MSNBC, covering him speaking, and he's talking about the failure of the Democratic Party. What power do they have? The American people in November 2024 decided that Democrats should not have power, that we have been lied to far too much. Consistently, credibly proven lies over and over again. And even Democrats were fed up with it, and they voted for President Trump, knowing full well, as we were told consistently, President Trump was a convicted felon. Yeah, we know. President Trump plans to change the government. Yeah, we know. President Trump wants to have a Department of Government Efficiency, and he wants Elon Musk to be in charge of that. And they want to gut the government, including closing down the Department of Education. Yeah, we knew that. None of it was a surprise on Election Day. And knowing all of these things that the Democrats considered to be negatives, things they considered to be evil because it wasn't their idea, well, they told us all about it. And America, the majority of Americans said yes. We said, okay, we want that. Do it. And thus we have President Trump. And now, because Democrats have lost so completely, we see Hakeem Jeffries now telling us they have nothing left. They have nothing to offer us. All they have is Orange Man Bad. That's it. He must be bad. He must be evil. Elon Musk must be bad. He must be evil. They don't have evidence of this. They can't point to anything to show it. They're racist because they got rid of DEI. What did DEI do that was a benefit? How did DEI help anyone? Because they didn't. There's no evidence of it. Businesses are dropping DEI in every one of their industries and departments. Why are they getting rid of it? If it made them money, if it was cost effective, if it was a benefit, every business would keep it, because not one business in America is under the control of the United States government. The president can say whatever he wants. If a business wants to have DEI, they can. The president cannot stop them. It's not possible. It is illegal, unconstitutional, and he has no power over that. So if the Democrats were correct that they had the best ideas and their ideas are the most effective and efficient, why isn't any business keeping it? Even Disney, one of the most prominent names in business, in entertainment, that has been committed for 6-7 years, maybe a decade now, on DEI, on promoting this progressive ideology, they got rid of their DEI departments too. Why would they do that unless it isn't worthwhile? And it's not like Disney said, oh, we're no longer going to be progressive. They are. They're still putting out progressive movies. We just saw Captain America 4, Captain Black Falcon is out right now, and it's failing in theaters just like the Marvels, just like Agatha, The Acolyte. Everything they've touched has failed because they have infused it with DEI, and it has been rejected by the American people. No one wants this. We're tired of the race baiting. Tired of it. Especially when it's not effective. It's not beneficial to anyone. No one is winning with this. So Disney is getting rid of it. Was that because of Donald Trump? No. It's because it's ineffective for a business. It doesn't help anyone. They're not making money off this. So again, we come back to Hakeem Jeffries. As he's standing there, looking you in the face and telling you, Democrats have nothing. Everything they have offered, they lied to you. They put out policies that were corrupt. They spent your money badly. They raised your taxes to even spend more of your money, even worse than the money they already had. They have no idea that they haven't already given to you. Everything they have suggested is stuff they have been suggesting for decades. Gun control. There is nothing new about Democrat gun control policies. It is always punish Americans for exercising the Second Amendment. That's it. They don't attack or go after criminals. They want open borders because they want those illegal aliens to become citizens so that they can vote Democrat, so they can be guaranteed to win elections. That's why they let in 8 million illegal aliens, even though New York City, Chicago, Boston, LA, all the blue cities have said they're going bankrupt trying to keep up with these illegal aliens that are being let in, even though we know that some of those illegal aliens are committing violent crimes. At least 650,000 of them have been confirmed to commit violent crimes in America after breaking the law to get in here. And some of those violent crimes have included murder, like with Laken Riley. And Democrats want even more. They don't have any reason to justify it to you. It's not like you're going to be safer in the future than you are right now. We have Democrats like Kathy Hochul, who is so disconnected from the reality. After a woman gets burned alive by an illegal alien on a New York City subway, 2 days later, she goes on to the same New York City subways, takes a selfie and a photo op saying the New York subways are safe. 2 days earlier, a woman got burned to death alive. And she's telling you, no, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. They lied to you about, oh, the economy is great. You just don't understand. Again, you just don't understand when it comes to what the Democrats want. And you, reasonably looking around, you go, but that's not good. That's not something I want. So yes, Hakeem Jeffries has lost. He's got nothing left. There's no more lies he can tell you that he hasn't already told you and you already rejected. He has no more ideas that they have recycled for decades that you recognize are recycled ideas for decades. He has nothing new. He has no people that he can present to you that are new people with new ideas. Bernie sold out. AOC sold out. Ilhan Omar is supporting terrorism as fast and as hard as she can. The squad lost their members. Progressives are on the out of the politics. They're losing their positions. He's got nothing. He's being honest. It's one of the few and rare times that we have seen politicians in particular, but Democrats specifically, progressives, absolutely be honest to the American people. There's nothing left. Democrats, if you're a Democrat, I feel bad for you because this may be the first time you're hearing the truth from your party. This may be the first time you're recognizing your party has no ideas, that your party has nothing to offer you, but they still want your money and they still want your vote. Let's hear what else Hakeem Jeffries has to say here.
What leverage do we have?
What a message, no, from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The idea that Democrats would concede defeat less than a month into Trump's presidency is not just disheartening, it's also alarming.
Why is it alarming? There is nothing they have to offer. It is the truth. It is a reality. It is a reality finally being shared with you. Hakeem Jeffries is just telling you that they lied to you already. They already used all of their bag of tricks, and there's nothing left there. The American people have seen through the magic trick and have embarrassed them. But MSNBC says, no, but that's not Hakeem Jeffries' fault. It's your fault. It's MAGA's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault that Democrats have failed, utterly, completely failed. It's amazing to see this. Now, I wanted to, excuse me. Whoa, what happened? I just lost. I don't know how that happened. Sorry, folks. 1 second. My computer is acting up. Okay, there's that screen. For some reason, everything went dead for a moment. Okay. I lost most of my chat, by the way, so I can't see any of the chat. It dropped. I don't know how that happened. I don't know. Something happened with the connection. Might have been YouTube, might have been, I don't know. Somewhere I just lost all of my connections, but going forward. So we have what here? Elon Musk took a little bit of an opportunity to let this sink in about how much of a failure Democrats have been. This is why they gave up a month in, because there's nothing to offer.
Have you been crying like a bitch over Elon Musk? Do you find yourself sobbing at the thought of your taxpayer-funded transgender basket weaving club losing its funding? You may be suffering from a common condition known as libtardism-induced meltdown. But don't worry, there's help. Introducing Grow-A-Pair, the revolutionary prescription solution designed to help you accept reality. With just 1 dose a day, you'll start to understand that tax dollars aren't meant for gender numeral electric vehicle startups in Vietnam. After taking Grow-A-Pair, you may notice life-changing improvements, such as smaller man boobs, the ability to fund your own transgender basket weaving without relying on Uncle Sam, and a newfound indifference to the defunding of the U.S. Department of Slope Sidewalk Studies. Grow-A-Pair won't solve all your problems, but it can help you stop fixating on who's going to pay for DEI pudding packs in Cambodia.
Side effects may include dry mouth, increased common sense, employment, smaller man boobs, and lower taxes.
Ask your doctor if Grow-A-Pair is right for you, because adulting is hard, but it doesn't have to be.
I love that. I thought that was funny. So that's the way Elon Musk wanted to point that out for everyone. But I want to look at it from another point of view. I want to give you some other facts. And again, All of the links for everything I'm talking about will be in the description at the end of the program. So you'll be able to see it about an hour afterwards. So there's Representative Jason Crow. I mentioned him earlier. Representative Jason Crow, a United States congressman, went to Munich, to Germany, because he refused, he himself made a decision that the vice president and the secretary of defense, he didn't like what they had to say. He didn't like that they were saying, since America spent all the money and a lot of the military support for the Ukraine, that we should be involved and in charge of taking care of the peace talks, that we should be vital and inclusive in that. He's pissed off. And because he didn't like that, one member of Congress, a representative, because he's upset about that, well, he needs to go to Germany to speak to the German and European nations on behalf of, I don't know who he thinks he's talking for, because he can't. This is a crime. He goes on to say, there is a group of us here, a group. Who's the group? He doesn't mention who's in this group. But there is a group of us here who are engaged in real diplomacy and communication that our economy and security are tied to the well-being of Europe. Now, Donald Trump didn't say that the United States' well-being doesn't involve Europe, nor did J.D. Vance, nor did Pete Hegseth. We said that they should step up and defend themselves more, that they should pay into their own self-defense and stop relying completely on the United States. Because as we showed you earlier, they can't defend themselves right now. They can't defend the Ukraine right now because they rely on the United States for everything. And it's not our responsibility to foot the bill for all of Europe and everything that Europe wants. That's not our job. But we see that Jason Crow, Representative Jason Crow, says, yes, it is. He wants to spend your money on Europe. He wants to spend your money on European problems. He wants to speak for the American people. He wasn't elected president. He's not in the vice presidency. He's not part of the Trump administration. He isn't a secretary of anything. He is a representative. He is a member of Congress. That does not give him the right to speak on behalf of America, the nation, or to countervent the actual policies of the president who was elected and the representatives of the Trump administration who were elected and nominated and approved. He cannot do that. This is a violation of law. In fact, this is a violation of the Logan Act, which we've heard about once or twice before. But remember, he admits he is there to have communications and diplomacy, which is not constitutionally, not his power, not his right. But he's a Democrat, and so he thinks he should do this. So what are we seeing? He's admitting that any citizen, that he has violated the Logan Act, where any citizen of the United States, that would include a member of Congress, without the authority of the United States, he was not told to do this by President Trump or any other member of the Trump administration. Directly or indirectly, he is directly in Munich speaking to world leaders, to speak to nations on behalf of, I don't know who he's doing this on behalf of, but not the United States. He is having conversations with foreign governments, and he is trying to influence those foreign governments separate of the influence and direction and policy of the president, the duly elected president of the United States, and his administration that have been elected and nominated and approved. And he's doing this in a dispute with the United States. This is a direct violation of the Logan Act. This member of Congress should be impeached. He should be kicked out of Congress right now. He can be arrested. He is a criminal. He should lose his office, not because I don't like Democrats, has nothing to do with that. Not because Representative Crow and I have different policies, that has nothing to do with that. It's because he is breaking the law. That's simple. And he needs to be held accountable. He is interfering with the safety, the national security of the United States. He is countervening the commander-in-chief, the executive of the United States, and his duly authorized representatives and their initiatives, their policies that have been approved. This is what authoritarianism is. For those on the left who don't understand, who think they believe what they have been told, that, oh my God, Trump is being authoritarian. This is authoritarian. That someone who is elected is doing their job and has pushed out a policy approved by the American people, and this guy is just deciding for himself that he has all the power. He is taking on more power than the Constitution has ever provided to him. This is an overreach of government, flat out. This is absolutely an overreach of government, and he has given himself the power to say that President Trump isn't in charge, that no one has to listen to President Trump. They should listen to Representative Jason Crow for some reason. That is authoritarian. That is an overreach of power. That is someone who needs to be held accountable. They should be removed from office right now. And if Representative Jason Crow thinks that I am wrong, if he thinks that I am misinforming somehow the American people, that he has not broken the Logan Act or he has overreached his power, that he is not acting in an authoritarian manner, he is more than welcome onto this program. I will set up a time, a Zoom or some other way. I will live stream him telling me how I misunderstand the Logan Act, how I misunderstand his own words on Twitter, as you can see it on February 15th, yesterday. He can explain why he was in Munich negotiating with nations in opposition of the duly elected president and his designees. Please, Representative Jason Crow, I have publicly made this offer to you. Take me up. I'll give you as much time as you want. You want 12 hours? You want 24 hours? I will live stream as long as you need. Just remember, you will be asked questions. You cannot dodge. You will have to answer the questions that I offer to you. We will have a conversation. I will give you as much time as you need to answer the questions, but you must answer the questions. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to explain how you aren't an authoritarian, how you aren't violating the Constitution by going and sabotaging the president, the executive branch, the United States people? Because I'm sure the people in Colorado, even though Colorado is a blue state, even though there may be many, many Democrats who are more than willing to just hold their heads down and obey and not understand and not ask a question, the rest of the United States does have a question. They do have a problem because the United States, people in New York, did not elect you. Your district in Colorado, they may have elected you. No one else did. And no one told you you have the right, legal right, to go anywhere in the world and speak on behalf of America. You don't. I also want to know who else is with you. Did you go there with a bunch of other members of Congress? Which ones? Tell us their names. Who are the conspiracy that are with you, that are out there subverting the will of the American people and undermining the national security of the United States? Please do tell me who is there with you in your conspiracy. If you think that I have misunderstood, please come on and clarify for me. Send me an email and I will publish it verbatim. I can't make it more open for you. The people of Colorado, I hope, are paying attention. I hope the people across the nation are paying attention and remember your name. You should never be reelected. You should not be in office now. You should be removed from office. Oh, Peace Logic. I love you, Peace Logic. Thank you for the $20. Oh my God, that's so huge. A $20 rant off of Rumble. I appreciate that, Peace Logic. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. I see that we have Chalk 680. Oh, I love it. Peace Logic says he sent me the $20 and it broke my computer. Maybe. That might have done it. Chalk 680, hello, and thank you for being part of the show, says, who is this Yahoo? Define patriotism, you scumbag wannabe. Hey, there you go. That's the left for you. Thank you. You know nothing about me and you're going to attack my character. That's fantastic. Okay, you know what? Let's have a serious conversation. If you think that Representative Jason Crow, if you think Hakeem Jeffries are such great people, Hakeem Jeffries just told you they have nothing to offer you. You can be a Democrat. I have never said you can't be a Democrat. Be a Democrat. Support the Democrats. Fantastic. That's your choice. You're an American citizen. You have that right as an individual. I'm just letting you know, as per MSNBC, Hakeem Jeffries has nothing to offer you. The Democratic Party has nothing to offer you. That's what the Democrats are saying. It's reported by MSNBC. Is that me? No, it's the left that are telling you that. And I'm only pointing out the Logan Act. By the way, in case you didn't know what the Logan Act says, let me show you that too. Bear with it. It'll come up. Here it is. According to Cornell Law School, a leftist law school. Okay. Cornell Law School says that the Logan Act is any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, that's he or she, who, without the authority of the United States, directly or indirectly, commences or carries out any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof, with the intent to influence the measures or conduct of any foreign government or of any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies within the United States. That's the law, which I quoted on Twitter. That's what Jason Crow of Colorado did. Oh, you think I didn't do my homework? You think I'm just making this up? I'm going to the left-leaning sources. I'm providing you his own words, his own interview, and I am showing you how illegal it is. But I'm the bad guy. You want to call me a scumbag because I'm telling you the truth? I'm pointing out and I'm giving you the evidence. I am showing it to you. But I'm the bad guy. Yeah. See, that's why Democrats are losing. That's why Democrats have nothing to offer. Because rather than have an intelligent conversation, rather than ask a question, no, they want to attack. They want to try and discredit someone because they think, oh, well, I have nothing to offer. Chalk 680. You could have asked a question. I'd been happy to answer it. But you wanted to try and discredit me. You wanted to insult me. You wanted to attack me. Fantastic. That got you nothing. That won you nothing. You have not disputed what I have provided as information or the evidence I am showing you. My conclusion stands based on what the left-leaning news media is providing you. You don't like it? I don't care. Because I'm not here for whether you like it or not. You're not my buddy. I'm not trying to hang out and have beers with you. Sorry. If you thought it was about, Mike's feelings, I don't care. I don't care about your feelings. You don't care about my feelings. Feelings are not politics. And the reality is what I have shown you. That is politics. That is the law. That is our nation. And yes, Jason Crow has overreached. Yes, he has gone beyond his rights. And he has broken the Logan Act. It's that simple. You don't like it. I don't care. Because it's not about whether you like it or not. You don't have to like President Trump. He is the president, whether you like it or not. You don't have to like Pete Hegseth. He is the Secretary of Defense. That's a fact. This is the government we have. These are the policies they have put in place. You can go to your congressman and say, you should speak about this. I don't like it. You can write a letter to the White House and say, I don't like this. You can go to your senator and say, I don't like this. Speak about it. You can do those things. Absolutely. And if you don't agree, fantastic. Write those letters. Make sure your voice is heard. I want you to do that. But if you're coming at me and saying, Mike, well, you're the bad guy for telling you the truth to provide you transparency about how screwed the Democrats are, I'm sorry. You have a problem, sir. You have the problem, not me. Yes, Peace Logic, I will provide 24 hours if Congressman Jason Crow or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, any politician who is elected that I have pointed out by name and have challenged them on their policies, on their actions, and the words that they have provided publicly. If any elected official wants to come onto this program, they want to speak with me and the public, I will provide a live stream for them on Zoom or any other platform that they would agree to. And I will provide them, if they need 24 hours to point out how I am wrong, I will give them every minute. I'm not MSNBC. I'm not CNN. I'm not restricted by commercials. I have no ties to any political organization. There is nothing to stop it. If they want to, we can have a debate and we can have a conversation and we can go through the issues and they can try and point out how I have misunderstood. And I will publicly allow them to do that. And if it takes 24 hours, I can do it. I can do a 12-hour show. I have no problem. But you would think it would be easy for them to do this. If I'm so wrong, even though I'm providing the evidence, if it's so easy to refute, it shouldn't take them more than 5, 10, 15 minutes, half an hour. Come on, guys. I'll give you the free advertising. I have offered this to politicians for 20 years. 20 years. I've had 3, maybe 4 that have actually taken me up. Let me see here. Oh, Peace Logic. Peace Logic goes, Mike, you're hurting their feelings. The feelings. The left are melting the feelings. Oh my God, they feel. I don't care. I don't care. Truly, I don't. Look, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm just trying to inform the public and tell them the truth. I'm trying to talk about politics in a realistic manner, about the issues that we are facing, and trying to also understand the consequences that are likely to happen. I'm talking with other Americans and people around the world so that we can better understand what is going on. So then we can turn around and tell our politicians who serve us. We don't serve them. Chuck Schumer doesn't get to tell us how we live our life. We tell Chuck Schumer how he does his job. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's how it is in America. Other countries may have a different policy altogether. Other countries don't have the rights of America. Other countries don't care about their people. America does. America is our people. So you can say, oh, if you're from another country, and like, oh, you can't say that. No, in your country, you can't say that. In America, I can. And in America, I'm the one, me and other Americans throughout New York State get together and we get to tell Chuck Schumer what he can and can't do. He's forgotten that. He's gotten lazy and he's gotten comfortable with people just bowing down and saying, oh, whatever. I'm not one of those people. Let's see. Now, going back to Andrew Cuomo, whose feelings I'm probably going to hurt as well, and I don't care. Andrew Cuomo, Valentine's Day. We saw the breaking news that today he has confirmed what we saw on Valentine's Day. Andrew Cuomo, for some bizarre reason, decided that he wanted to go out and try and remind people. He went out to an old folks home to try and tell people, hey, here I am. I'm thinking of running for mayor of New York. Why the hell would anyone say yes? Why the hell? And I guess he's trying to make us forget how we're supposed to think he's a nice, kind guy. Watch this. This is a staged event, obviously. Obviously staged, so everyone who's in that room is part of the staging. These aren't just average Americans. They didn't just get people off of the streets of New York City. They got, and I'm not upset about that. Every politician can stage whatever event they want. They go to a rally and they've got their supporters. I have no problem with that. Go for it. That's your thing. Every politician does that. I have no problem with you saying, see, here's my supporters. I have a lot of support. You should vote for me. I have no problem with that. But I want people to understand this isn't natural. This isn't representative of anything. This is staged. He wants you to think. That's why he's doing it in a gymnasium. That's why there's a lot of older people, a lot of black people there. Why? He wants you to think that he's popular and people like him. No, they don't. I lived 20 years in upstate New York. No one likes Andrew Cuomo. Well, the Democrats, when they were getting donations from Andrew Cuomo towards their re-election campaigns, they liked Andrew Cuomo. And the moment he got disgraced and left, they dropped him like a hot potato. Just dropped him instantly because he was no longer of use to them. So, no, Andrew Cuomo isn't well loved. You know what, Andrew Cuomo? Come to the Bronx. Come to the Bronx with me. Richie Torres won't walk around our district. That's the New York 15th district. Richie Torres, the congressman for the New York 15, he's busy trying to compete with Kathy Hochul for governor of New York. He doesn't walk around the Bronx. He doesn't know his district. I can walk around with his picture and nobody knows who he is. If I just showed them a picture of their congressman, they'll look at him and go, I don't know who he is. If I walk around with Andrew Cuomo, no one knows who he is. He's not well loved. He's not well liked. And I guarantee you, if we walk around upstate, they will remember who you are, Andrew Cuomo, upstate. And I can guarantee you, in many of the towns that I have lived in and worked in and been around in upstate New York over the last 2 decades, they don't like you. You killed their family. Yeah, stage this event upstate. Let's see how that goes. So let's see how else this goes.
Happy Valentine's Day!
He does this on Valentine's Day. You're supposed to think he cares. He did this, and again, this is a gimmick of elections, of campaigns. They do these things to make their candidates seem more empathetic, more connected to you. But what this is telling me is this is how broken the Democrats are. Again, to go back to what we saw from right here, when we heard from Hakeem Jeffries. Where is it? Hakeem Jeffries was telling you the tank is empty. Democrats have nothing left. They've recycled everything that they possibly can, and now they're recycling their candidates. That's why you see that Andrew Cuomo is back. They have no one of worth to run for mayor. That's why they brought him back. It's like when we were talking with Jason Murillo last week about the 2nd City Council District in Manhattan, and Andrew Weiner, the disgraced former member of Congress, a man who is now a convicted sexual offender. Andrew Weiner is back in politics now. Why? Because Democrats don't have anyone. They have nothing to offer. So they have to recycle their rejects, essentially, their failures, and say, no, they're still great people. They're still great at their job. A convicted sex offender and Andrew Cuomo, who killed 16,000 people through his orders, who covered it up, who had 11 cases of sexual assault. Yeah, that's who we're supposed to be going for. Okay. Let me see. We got a lot of comments coming from over on Rumble right now. Let's see. Dow says, the U.S. Constitution, let me go over here, excuse me. U.S. Constitution is the sovereign law as the will of the people that is the progenitor of government. That was done to ensure the people would never be subjected to tyranny. You're right. And we have seen Jason Crow of Colorado's 6th District subvert the Constitution and the will of the people. We saw him. We see him. He is actively trying to interfere with international politics, which he has no right to do, to speak for the people, which he is not elected to do. He is committing an act of treason. He is literally endangering world peace. Whether or not you think Trump will get world peace is a separate conversation. Sure as hell, Jason Crow isn't going to get it. Putin's not talking to Jason Crow. Jason Crow did not say, hey, I've got the phone number for Putin. Call me up. He can't get the Prime Minister of Germany or England, Keir Starmer. No one's going, we've got to talk to Jason Crow out of Colorado to fix the world. No one is doing that because Jason Crow doesn't have that charisma. He doesn't have that intelligence. He doesn't have that right. He should be in jail. Dow says, the caveat is the people the people have to remain active in their own governance. Oh, yeah. The public need to remain in power and actively involved in the governing of the nation to ensure and enforce adherence. We have not had that for nearly 80 years. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if it's 80 years, but we've gone a hell of a lot of decades, more than half a century. We've gone without holding these politicians accountable. Cuomo should not be at an event saying, I love everybody here. And this is what he's doing. Here he is. I love you. You're so wonderful. I'm a great guy, aren't I? Don't you remember I'm such a good guy that he ran out conservatives and anyone religious out of New York State? That he helped to usher in illegal aliens? That he misspent our money? That the Moreland Commission that was there to eliminate corruption in New York State was disbanded by Andrew Cuomo, just like we're seeing Democrats now try to protect U.S. aid and other divisions of the government because the corruption is there and they want to hide it from you. Not because they're getting rid of it. It's part of what they live off of. They thrive on that corruption. And that's Andrew Cuomo. Again, Andrew Cuomo, if you disagree with me, I will be more than happy to provide you as much time as you want to tell me how I'm wrong, how I've misunderstood your record. Your record. These are facts, documented internationally. If I've misunderstood the international facts, let's have a conversation. I'm more than willing to give you the airtime to correct the record on the 16,000 that you caused to die, the cover-up of that, the sexual assaults that you were found guilty of after you were found after investigation by Letitia James. Other Democrats have found you guilty of 11 cases of sexual assault. You have been involved in corruption. Everyone surrounding Andrew Cuomo is found to be corrupt. Oh my God, it's such a mess. And he's back. And Andrew Weiner is back because Democrats have nothing to offer. Nothing at all. Let me get to Peace. Peace Logic says, let's see. Peace says, that has to be one of the worst funny last names ever. Weiner. Yeah, Anthony Weiner, who's connected directly or was connected through his former wife to Hillary Clinton. What a shocking development. Oh my. Yeah. It's the closest that Hillary Clinton has been to a wiener in a long time. It's been a long time since Hillary Clinton's been near a wiener, but Anthony is that. Let's see. Peace goes on to say, oh no, Dow, phone calls or in-person demands are more effective than physical letters and are more effective than emails and digital petitions. Those can be generally ignored in an inbox somewhere. Well, to correct Dow, if you're reaching out to your politicians, whether you love or hate the current government, whether it's local, state, or federal, he's right. Emails, not the most effective way to do that. They generally don't pay attention to that unless you have like 100,000 emails come in, because they can be duplicated and they can be cloned. They'll make many excuses about why your email isn't that important. If you have a physical letter, that actually does mean a lot. It means you took the time and effort to use snail mail, which means you are actually very aggravated. They see that as a higher priority. And if they receive a bunch of handwritten letters, well, they are going to see that as being something significant. They pay attention to that a lot. If you want to get the attention of your local elected official, send them mail, because that tells them this is someone who is actively going to try and change change the law to elect somebody or get someone unelected. And so they'll pay a lot of attention to that. Phone calls, not as important, but also very good because, again, you got to take the time to call them. So they see that as being important as well. But I believe, and I have been informed, that letters, handwritten letters, are the most effective way to reach out to members of elected office because it is so unusual, so uncommon these days that it shows a degree of commitment that you don't normally see. And so they take that as very serious, in case people are wondering. Dow goes on to say, social media and digital correspondence is effective in generating exposure and activism. Well, generally, if you see about 30, the critical numbers are about 30 to 50. If they start saying 30 to 50 tweets, as an example, if 30 to 50 people are tweeting the same topic, not the same words, but the same topic. If we're talking about gun control, abortion, taxes, inflation, defunding the Department of Education, ending the war in the Ukraine, whatever it may be. If you've got 30 to 50 people who are speaking specifically about that subject sent to an elected official, that triggers a message tally in their offices that says, oh, we should start paying attention to this issue. The public are involved in this. If you're worried about education, as an example, and then we'll talk about the Department of Education in a moment, but we're starting to get a lot of people who are saying they want to defund the Department of Education, that the Department of Education has been a waste of money, that it has not been effective at teaching our kids. That, well, I'll go into, again, more detail in a moment, but if they get 30 to 50 of those, then you're going to see that response from that elected official is going to at some point mention the Department of Education. They're going to put out a feeler saying, hey, are my constituents really paying attention to this issue? Do I really need to have a more formal response? And they'll put out something which will kind of touch on that issue. And then when they get the responses back, if they get another 30 to 50 people who respond to that feeler, then they say, oh, this is a serious issue. This could be something that could come up in the election, and then they pay attention. This is just to let you know how campaigns, how candidates, how elected officials pay attention to what you do. So it is important that you reach other people, that it's not just one voice, but many voices that come out. And guess what? On most issues, you're not the only one. If you think the Department of Education is a complete failure, as I do, you're not the only one. You're not alone. If you think Andrew Cuomo should have been thrown in jail and should never be elected to any office, you're not alone. Just write the letters. Most people, as we saw in the break, you heard Lacey, the young woman who was at Binghamton University. And at the end of that, you heard her talking about how no one wanted to talk about abortion or any of their political ideas at Binghamton University until she took it upon herself and said, I'll talk about it. I'll tell you what I think. And the moment that she voiced her opinion, other people realized, oh my God, it's safe. We can talk about this. Someone else said something, so I can say something too. That's true in politics all the way around. Social media, emails, letters. If people find out you did it, they will say, well, I can do it too. They're terrified of being first because they're afraid that if they're the first, they're going to get beat up, that everyone's going to turn around and go, we can't talk to you anymore. We can't be your friend anymore. It's fear mongering. It's the fear. That's how they control you. Oh, you're the only one. You're going to be punished. Everyone else is against you. No, they're not. You're not the only conservative. You're not the only Republican. You can be black and Republican and conservative. Here I am. We're not the only ones. There are many of us, even in the Bronx, the bluest of the blue counties in the entire nation. And there are thousands of us, easily thousands of us, in this county alone. You're not alone. They want you to feel alone so that you will stay quiet and you will obey. Keep your head down, say nothing. Don't do that. Okay, so with that being said, and I truly want to emphasize that. Now, mind you, as another example of what I'm talking about with the failure in the media. See, right now, they're more than happy to tell you about Andrew Cuomo. And we're seeing Andrew Cuomo, hey, he's running for an elected office. As I showed you during the break, there is, and I have it here. Come on. Come on. My God, my computer's broken today. There it is. As we saw here, during the breaking news, Andrew Cuomo is looking to be mayor. We know he's trying to be there. And the news media is more than happy to provide him with an opportunity to get the press, to get people to know that he is running, to get behind him, even though they shouldn't, to forget about his past. They don't want to talk about his past. They're telling you, oh no, he'll be great in the future. But guess what? They don't want to talk about what's happening. Staten Island. This is from the 14th, on Friday. Before Cuomo went and took a little promo selfie, that little video I showed you, before the announcement today, Staten Island Democrats, they're pushing for Andrew Cuomo. They have no one else. They have no choice. There's no one else they can pick. Cuomo wasn't even in the race. He wasn't even indicating. What did he do? Staten Island. He went to Staten Island. He put out a few feelers, and they said, oh, no, we want you. We want you because we have nothing else. We have no other choice. And because the Staten Island Democrats said, yeah, we'll jump behind it. Now he put out the feeler, which was the video on X. And then when he got a positive response from that, now he's talking, and suddenly the news media goes, hey, Andrew Cuomo's going to run. By the way, he was governor. Don't talk about why he stopped being governor. Don't talk about what crimes he may or may not have committed. Don't talk about the way he bribed his way through his party. Don't talk about any of those things. No. We can't have a conversation about that. That's not important. He's running now because there's no other Democrat, because Hakeem Jeffries has no plan. The Democratic leadership have no plan. That's why Jason Crow is going over to Germany, because they have no plan and nobody respects them and no one is listening to them because they have nothing to say except Orange Man Bad, which is pitiful. Pitiful. If you don't like Trump, and that's fine, if you don't like Trump, fantastic. Tell me why. Don't tell me Orange Man Bad. That's not a reason. It's not an answer. Don't tell me you don't like him. That's a feeling. Feelings change. I don't care. What about his policies don't you like? What about his policies are you concerned about? What do you know about his policies? Tell me that. They don't have anything. And that's the thing you should really take away from that. You know, as they're bringing back Cuomo, why does New York City want Andrew Cuomo? What does Andrew Cuomo bring to New York City? Corruption? We already have it. Single party rule? We already have it. Open borders? We already have it. What is Andrew Cuomo going to bring to New York to make New York better? We know he is corrupt as hell. We know he's connected deeply. He has deep money pockets. We know that. What does he bring that makes New Yorkers, New York City, say we should have him? So he can kill more New York City residents? Maybe he'll kill the homeless? Is that what you want? Because that's what I'm sure he could do. But what is he going to do to make things better? No one wants to talk about that. Let me move forward. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. That's funny. Read the breaking news. There is an Ebola exposure at New York City urgent care. And Cuomo is looking to get back in New York. Isn't that interesting? Cuomo, who put a bunch of the elderly in New York into in danger because of the pandemic, and now we see that, oh no, Here's another viral a virus that endangers people's lives, and Andrew Cuomo are connected on the same page. It's kind of interesting. All right. Get off my, what is this? Get out. Go. Now, I've been talking on and off about the Department of Education because that's one of the things that are on the chopping block. The Democrats say we absolutely must have a Department of Education. Democrats are absolute. There's no way we can do this. Orange Man Bad is going to get rid of the Department of Education. This is evil. It's autocratic. It's an oligarchy. It's the worst thing you could possibly do. How can you get rid of the Department of Education? Our kids, aren't you thinking about our kids? I am. We need to get rid of the Department of Education. It is miserable. Now, oh God. Okay, my computer's all. Why is that? That isn't even supposed to be here. Okay, get rid of that. Sorry. Computer's acting up all over the place. But let's think about this for a second. New York City and the country in total. Test scores are plummeting. Again, this is with the New York Times. This is the New York Post. This is an opinion piece, but scores are plummeting. That's a fact. Kids fleeing. Empty schools. We have empty schools in New York State, and New York State is funding them. This is wasteful spending. And Kathy Hochul, nothing to say. Democrats, nothing to say. Keep the schools open. Keep the Department of Education. They told us. Remember, Letitia James and the attorney generals for California, Illinois, Massachusetts, they all came together. Remember when Donald Trump, for less than 24 hours, cut off the federal funding. This is before the sanctuary cities, cut off the funding. And all of these AGs for all the states, all the bluer than blue states came together and said that same night, within an hour, put together a video saying we can't run New York or California or Illinois or Massachusetts or Delaware. They can't run these states without federal funding because they're inefficient, because they're ineffective, because they can't run anything, because they have wasted your money and wasted your time. And the Department of Education has done the same thing. They've wasted your money and wasted your time. It is a fact that the United States, our kids know less today than they used to. Our kids are taught towards the test. They have rote memorization. They don't actually understand how to do anything. I'll give you a personal anecdote here. Now, even though this is individual to me and people in my age group, it is representative across the nation. I grew up before and after the Department of Education. When I started going to school, elementary school, which is in the 70s, I was going to elementary school before there was a Department of Education. And then I was in the 80s, I was in school, that's junior high school, in junior high school and high school in the 80s under the Department of Education. Okay? Now, that's when it was just changing over, when we first created this federal department. So it hasn't always existed. We don't need it. We can teach our kids, as we did for decades, for centuries, taught our kids without a federal government. We were able to teach kids smart enough who then went on to college, who then went on to NASA and became astronauts and rocket scientists, literal rocket scientists, without a Department of Education. So anyone who says, but we must have a Department of Education, it's essential. Our kids can't learn without a federal government interference. That's a lie. Anyone who tells you that, they're lying to you, or they don't understand. We have the NASA scientists that got a man to the moon, including the black women who did the programming and checked the science. Fantastic. Because I saw, there was that movie about it, and got to lift up the black women, STEM, women in STEM. Okay, fantastic. All of that was without a federal Department of Education. We don't need it to educate our kids so that they can go on and have great careers. We don't need that. When I was in high school, as an example, junior high school and high school, I was taught music. I learned how to play the clarinet. Wasn't very good at it. I learned how to play the saxophone. I was kind of good at that, alto saxophone. Fantastic. That's junior high school, high school. I also had access to home ec. We had woodworking shop. Some of my friends were in auto shop, learning how to work on automobiles. I learned how to type. We had a typing class. These are just a couple of things off the top of my head. This is my education. None of this exists today. Kids in junior high school, kids in high school, they don't get any of these programs. They don't get to learn to play instruments and have music programs. We kick those out. And those are now after school programs, sometimes in some schools, but they're not part of the regular curriculum. They got rid of it. That's kind of strange. Here I am, 57. I've gone to college. I've traveled around the world, spoken a couple of different languages. I'm, intelligent enough. I'm not going to say I'm the most brilliant person on the face of the earth. I'm far from the dumbest. And yet, I did that without a Department of Education. They didn't help mold me. And thank God they didn't. Kids today don't have the same access to music or entertainment, playing sports. They don't have the same access to that. They don't get... In my elementary school, we had a meteorology club. One of the teachers, Mr. Richards, Stephen Richards, great man. I remember him to this day. He had the meteorology club after school. You would go up, and he could print out the actual meteorological maps of the weather fronts. And we learned what the different symbols mean on the weather maps. So you could see what a cold front is, a heat wave. You could tell the differences and the variations of temperature and the different symbols for the different types of weather fronts that are moving around. Yeah, learned that in elementary school, 6th grade. Kids don't get that anymore. That's just not possible anymore. No. Now they get to memorize the test. And then if you ask them 5 minutes after the test, they have no idea what they just did. They have no idea about what's happened in American history. They have no idea what's in the Constitution. They have no idea what the laws are or how to balance a bank account. They have no idea how to do that. They don't know how to use a credit card. They don't know how to sign their name in script. This is what we've gotten from the Department of Education. We have less. Our kids are less capable than before. When I was in high school, when I was in junior high school, we were not allowed to use calculators. We did calculus, trigonometry. We couldn't use a calculator. You could not use a calculator for any math. You had to do it in your head and on the paper. That's it. Today, kids get to use calculators in high school. I'm like amazed. I'm like, why do you have a calculator? You don't need a calculator. Do it. Just do the math problem. Learn the math problem. Learn how to work it out. Do it in your head. You don't need a calculator. Oh, no, but we have to have a calculator. Why? Department of Education. It's a requirement. You got to give them a calculator. Then they don't know how to do math. Oh, our kids today, you see commercials all the time, filling up YouTube all the time is Grammarly. You want to learn how to write a professional letter? Grammarly. You want to learn how to write a report, a thesis for college? Grammarly. You want to write anything? Grammarly. That's an AI. You know nothing. If you're using Grammarly, the education system has failed you and you have failed yourself. I understand. Not everyone's great at writing. I do very well with it. Other people don't. Fantastic. Either you hire someone to teach you how to write or to write for you, which I have done for people, or you just keep practicing. You get better by doing it. We have completely failed our kids. If anybody is in college and they're using Grammarly to write a report, you have been failed. You should not be in college. You should be in 6th grade learning English. Let me say that again. 6th grade. The writing that they are doing with Grammarly, 6th graders used to be able to do. It's not that hard. It takes time, takes practice. Some people will get it easier than others. Some will be naturally better than others. Absolutely. But this is 6th grade English we're talking about. Oh, this word may be a little bit, but there's this science word in there. Okay, that's a thesaurus. That's a dictionary. That's not writing. That's a word. I don't know. Does anyone think I'm wrong about this? Do you think that Grammarly is something that's essential, that's making kids smarter? The fact that they need Grammarly, that it's such a big industry now to write for people rather than people writing. That's a failure of our education system. Absolute, abject failure. And then people tell me, but Mike, we need a Department of Education. Why? Kids can't write. They're in college and they can't write. They can't do math. They need a calculator. They can't do math. Why do we need a Department of Education? Why are we spending $120 billion a year for something that has completely failed our kids? They can't play an instrument. They can't cook. They cannot survive. If you cannot cook, you don't know how to sew, you can't write in English, you can't do math, you are useless. What job can you do? Nothing. You are useless. You have zero experience and zero capability. That's why 50% of Gen Z can't get a job, or rather can't keep a job, because they are horrible, because they have zero skills. And I'm not talking about advanced skills like college. They have zero life skills. They have zero comprehension. And that's a failure of education, and that comes from the Department of Education, because we're not teaching them these things that we used to teach them. We don't do that anymore. Now we tell them, learn this for the test. That's it. Remember this for the test. After the test, you don't need to know it anymore. But know this for the test. That's all you have to do. Know this, pass the test, that's it, gone. And even then, the kids fail the test more often than not. This is ridiculous. Comments. Let's see here. So we got a couple of comments. Hey, is everyone on YouTube, are you guys still able to type in? Because I'm getting all the comments from Rumble. So people on YouTube should be very jealous right now. What is it? You guys are nervous? Don't be nervous. Go ahead, type. Let's see here. So Peace Logic says, what are Larry Sharp's chances of becoming New York governor? I think he would be the spark that catches everything on fire. Well, see, I have a slight bias about that, Peace Logic. Larry is a personal friend of mine. He's a libertarian, and I would vote for him. Now, some people go, but Mike, you're a Republican and a conservative. How could you vote for Larry Sharp, a libertarian? Because my political affiliation does not prevent me from voting for people who, one, I think are good, and two, people who I personally know. And see, I like some of the ideas that Larry has presented as governor of New York, or running for governor of New York. And if he runs in 2026, I'll be happy to support him, because I do agree with more than a few of his policies I agree with. There's a couple that I don't agree with, like drugs. Don't agree with him on that. Fine. But I also know Larry as a person, and having come to know Larry as an individual, that the things that I don't agree with Larry on, that personal relationship and having been able to speak with him over the years gives me reassurance that Larry is willing to hear what the people have to say and to adjust, to reinvestigate, his point of view and maybe the solution that he is offering. Yes, he has some strong ideas. Fantastic. So do I. So does everyone, or at least everyone should. But that's one of the qualities I like about Larry as a potential governor. He listens to people. He goes around the state talking to real people, not photo ops, not setups like what we just saw with Andrew Cuomo, but he'll go to a diner. I've seen him do this. Go out to a county, go into an area, go to a diner, say hello to the people in the diner and just talk to them. Just have a conversation right then and there, without any cameras, without anyone else around, just to hear what the people have to say, just to hear what's going on with them. I've seen him do this many times over the years with no press around, nobody reporting it, nobody taking a photo. And by the way, I've been around a lot of candidates for a lot of offices. Republicans, Democrats, Green Party, Working Families Party, I did say Democrats, and other libertarians. I've been around a lot of candidates for every office you can think of, from the local all the way, local legislator, all the way to people running for president. And I've seen the difference about how they act in person and how they act on the campaign. Larry's genuine. The guy that I see on the campaign is Larry, the person. Plus minus, a couple extra curse words here and there. He is a Marine after all. But other than that, yeah. So do I think Larry has a shot? Yes. Especially if he gets exposure. His biggest problem is getting exposure. More people get to see what I have seen about Larry and hear the conversations I've had with Larry. If people get to see that, yeah, I think they would vote for him. I think he could possibly win. But neither the Republican Party nor the Democrat Party want Larry to win. They don't want him in the race because he can take the votes. He could win. He could win the governor. And they don't want that because that would break the system. Kind of like what we're seeing with Donald Trump right now. A lot of establishment Republicans didn't want Trump in because they were afraid of the exposure of all the corruption, all the things that they have been grifting on, they didn't want people to know about. That's true of the establishment Republicans as well as the establishment Democrats. They didn't want Trump because of that reason. That's all the more reason why we needed him. But Trump is a billionaire. He was able to make sure his voice could be heard. Larry Sharpe is not a billionaire. I wish I knew him as a billionaire, but he's not. So that's his biggest hurdle, I think. But yes, he could win. And I'm more than happy to admit that perhaps I have a little personal bias. Again, I've known him for a decade. He's a Marine like myself. We have conversations. Maybe I'm a little biased. Maybe. I'm willing to say that, yeah, there could be a little bit of that in there as well. But no, in my opinion, in dealing with politics for the last 2 decades, absolutely he could win. I could see that. If he could get the money, he can definitely win. And he doesn't need that much money. He doesn't need as much as the Republicans or the Democrats, but he does need, a couple $1 million. He would need a couple million, but he could win. Let's see. Peace Logic, that was a good movie. Forgot the name. Black woman behind NASA. I don't know. I saw the promo for it. I did not watch the movie because I don't care. But I heard people say it was a good movie. Just not my type of movie. Don't care. Not interested in the DEI. Dow says, if Larry were to run again, I would vote for him for the 3rd time. He might actually take the governorship if and only if New Yorkers would turn out and vote for the vote to be citizens and not to resign to be subjects. Okay. Peace Logic mentions, I use Grammarly to double check my writing. I don't use it to write the letter, just to proofread. See, there's a difference between spell check, which we've had for many years. And I'm not upset. You're using spell check. I mean, you should be able to spell the words, but we all make mistakes with our spelling from time to time, especially if you're trying to write fast. You have an idea and you're just trying to get it out there, or you're busy. You don't have a lot of time. You can't double check it directly. We've all used spell check. I have no problem with that. I have a problem when you have an AI writing for you. That's the difference. Spell check, fine. Writing for you, that's a problem. That's a failure of government. That's a failure of education. That's a failure because you can't think. Writing, like speech, is a function of thought. A lot of people don't see it that way, don't realize that it's the case. Writing is like speaking. They are both functions of thought, taking the thoughts, the ideas in your head, and bringing them forward so that others can understand or at least glimpse what you are thinking. And how you think, like the way you see the color green, as an example, the way that chocolate tastes to you. That's something that is virtually indescribable in the way that you feel it and the way that you think about it in your head. But we use words, and the better you are at words or at writing, the more capable you are of letting others understand your impression as you had it. And that's critical, because if you can't speak, if you can't write, you can't communicate. You are no better than a zombie. Now, again, you may write badly. You can improve that. You may speak badly. You can improve that. As long as others are communicating and understanding you, fantastic. But if a computer is doing it for you, you don't understand the meanings of the words or the way that the words are put together to explain yourself. You will always be bad at speaking and at writing. You will never improve. And more importantly, your mind won't be better. It is funny how, one of the words, I learned this word a long time ago when I was a child in elementary school, as a matter of fact, 3rd grade. It's a Jacob's coat. That's literally considered one word. I think there's about 6 words in the English language, the American English language, which are actually 2 words, but they count as one word. And a Jacob's coat is considered one word, not 2. What is a Jacob's coat? It is a coat of multicolors, usually made out of dyed or tanned leather, patchwork. So it's basically a patch leather coat, but it's not always that. And this patch leather coat, why is it called the Jacob's coat then? Well, that goes back to its original etymology, the origin of the word, which goes back to the Bible, which goes to Jacob and his coat of many colors. They even made a play about it back in the 80s. Jacob and his rainbow multicolored coat, something like that. So it goes back to the Bible. It's biblical. It goes back to the Aramaic. And so that's why it's called the Jacob's coat, which is a lambskin, sheepskin coat of patchwork coat. And that's what that is. Now I know that, and I know all the other words. So now thinking about that, now I have another way of speaking about a sheepskin coat or a lambskin coat, a patchwork leather coat. I can remember Aramaic and the original language, the Bible. Notice all the things that are other words and other ideas that come out of the knowledge of one single word. A word that's uncommon and very difficult to work into a sentence or into a speech. Very difficult. But that word helps me to think about other ways to convey an idea. It helps me to understand different ideas in various realms of history, of knowledge, of religion, of products and commodities. It's knowing, the more you know, the more you can know, and the more you can express, and the better you can do that. That's why Grammarly is so bad. Spell check, I don't care. When the AI is writing for you, and this is the way it is being advertised right now. It is advertised to college students, so the AI will write for them instead of them writing. And that is the problem. Okay. Peace Logic says, the new Mike show, sewing and cooking. I'll be your co-host. Well, I can sew, and I do cook. I'm actually a very, very good cook. People who've had some of the food that I've cooked love it. I don't use recipes. I'm not good with the measurements. I know my spices. I know what I like. I know what I like to cook. I'm very good at cooking. And people are often surprised that I am a very good cook. Sewing, not so great. But again, I was taught these things early on. It had nothing to do with Department of Education. Dow says Nigerian students wanted to sue Grammarly for taking away their business of writing international papers for Western students. They cited Grammarly harmed their income stream they used to pay for their own. They used for paying for their schooling. You know what? I feel bad. I support the Nigerian students on that. Again, horrible that the student who should be writing the papers themselves, for themselves, you know what? If you can't do it yourself, get a human being to do it. There's a quality about human beings writing things that machines can't touch. And you know what? Those kids, if that's how they paid for their way through school, they deserve to have the opportunity to do so. Grammarly is evil. Peace Logic thinks that Larry Sharp, my friend, is the RFK for New York. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Peace Logic mentions Larry said about 2 million would get him a win in the governor's race. I'd say 3 to 4, but yeah, it could be done with 2. 3 to 4 would be better. But yeah, as opposed to the 15 million that, you'll see Andrew Cuomo put into that race, as well as what you would see from Hochul would be about 10 million. So yeah, he doesn't need nearly as much, about a third as much as many of the Democrats or Republicans that would run. That's all he would need. Peace Logic says, filet mignon and asparagus. I don't like vegetables. I don't cook. Well, I can cook vegetables, believe it or not. And this will surprise some of my friends who've known me a long time. Some of them. Some of the people know. People who know me know I can't stand vegetables. Any vegetable. Doesn't matter what vegetable. I've had them all. I've had them done in all kinds of different ways, steamed and creamed and sauteed, and I don't like vegetables. Can't stand them. Don't like the flavor, don't like the texture, don't like vegetables, period. I'm pretty much a carnivore. Love bread, don't like vegetables. So, but I do, and I like spices. I like that too. But, so it's actually a surprise for a lot of people who know that I do not cook vegetables ever. If I'm cooking for myself, you will never see me cook a vegetable. It will not happen. If you're seeing me cooking something for other people, you might see me make vegetables. And it surprises people who know me and know that I don't buy vegetables. There's none in my house ever in my refrigerator. No vegetables ever in my refrigerator. I don't cook them. I don't eat them. And so when I do cook them, and I usually cook them very well, people are very surprised that I can actually make a dish or a vegetable-based dish very well, even though I can't stand vegetables and I don't eat them. It's very funny. Nope, don't eat mushrooms either. And yes, thank you, Dow. The play was the Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat. That was the play. Yes, that was in the 80s. Yes, that's it. Thank you for reminding me of that. It was a good play. All right. Let me get back to, we only have a couple more things here. I did want to mention, and I kind of did cover this before, and I kind of feel like YouTube has cut me off. Not sure, but we'll find out. I wanted to bring up Pam Bondi is suing Kathy Hochul, Letitia James, the AG, the head of the Department of the DMV. And people often say, why the DMV? It's easy. In New York State, the DMV hands out IDs, state-issued IDs. Illegal aliens can get a state-issued ID from the DMV. They use that ID to then get benefits from New York State. Sometimes they get registered and they vote. We have seen that. So that does happen. All the Democrats are, they don't vote. Yes, they do. We found, the audits have found illegal aliens have gotten IDs and been registered to vote in New York State, and they have actually gone out and voted in New York State. So the DMV has broken several laws. And because they're doing that on behalf of New York State, because that's what Kathy Hochul told them to do, they are part of the criminal lawsuit. And this is something that the AG, Letitia James, should have prevented. So she's involved in the lawsuit because they are all complicit in providing illegal aliens items that they should not have, that are illegal, and that have impinged on the rights and freedoms and also the paychecks of the American people. So I am happy. I am ecstatic. I want Hochul in chains. I want in handcuffs. I've said this earlier in the show. I'll say it again. I want to see Pam Bondi put handcuffs on Hochul, on Letitia James, on the head of the DMV. I want to see him put Mark Schroeder. That's his name. Mark Schroeder. I want to see him in handcuffs. I want to see that with Gavin Newsom. I want to see that with J.B. Pritzker. I want to see that with, what's his name, in charge of the city of Chicago, the mayor of Chicago. I'm forgetting his name. Johnson, I believe it is. I want to see them in chains. I want to see them arrested. They are criminals. They have been harming the United States, wasting our money and abusing our people, endangering the lives of our people. Every time that a gang sells drugs, guns, or actively attacks American citizens in these sanctuary cities, it is their fault. They opened up these areas, these communities. They have endangered the public with their policies. They need to be held accountable, not just to sue them, throw them in jail. That's a pretty straightforward one. Also, pretty straightforward, and I know you heard my puppy in the background. Oh, he's actually a little bit late. We're going to get there in just a moment. So, I did want to mention RFK Jr. got confirmed. He's in charge of the HHS, the Health and Human Services Secretary. I am happy for RFK. Again, I would never vote for him as president. I think he's a miserable candidate as president. But Secretary of Health, I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to do a great job, and I'm looking forward to him stepping in to help make America healthy again. I'm looking forward to him trying to make sure that we have more real food in our processed food than chemicals. That he's going to do more. He's going to do more to make sure that we're going to have the best medications that have gone through the entire FDA process. Excuse me, not the FDA. No, it is the FDA. The entire FDA approval process for drugs. That we're going to see that happen before experimental drugs are mandated into the American people. In fact, he'll make sure that there are no mandates of medications on the American people. That doesn't mean that there's going to be no vaccines ever. That's stupid. That's not what he's ever said. That's not what's going to happen. But when we have that vaccine, it will be healthier for us because there are better and worse vaccines. There are better and worse medications. And we can make sure that we're getting the best ones along with the best food so that we have the best health in our life. It can be improved. And RFK is a guy I trust to be able to do that. I truly do. Now, you may not like RFK Jr. because he was a former Democrat. And I know Democrats look at him and go, oh my God, RFK Jr., well, he's a traitor to Democrats. That's okay. He's not a traitor to America. There's a difference. I don't care if he was a former Democrat. You going to be happy? You want to calm down? Thank you. I don't care if he was a former Democrat or if he is a Democrat. He is the best person for the job. He has a very specific focus that can get the job done efficiently and effectively. That's what's important. Not his past political affiliation, not his allegiance to a party, his allegiance to America, to our youth, our youth and their health. That's what I care about, and that's why I'm glad that we did see this. And he got in. I believe I was saying up until last week that I was expecting him to get about 51 votes out of the Senate, all of them Republican. I was wrong. It was 52 votes. He did better than I expected. But that shows a confidence in him, even though we saw people like Bernie Sanders turn around and try and attack him, which is rather stupid. Bernie Sanders showed his lack of concern for the people and his dedication to the party, and that's sad. I know a lot of people used to like Bernie Sanders, and they used to think that he was some kind of rule breaker, that he was exceptional, that he had some vision. No, he didn't. He was always a communist, and not even a good communist at that, as he is a multimillionaire with 3 homes. Yeah, he's not even a good communist. I never thought Bernie was, I've never been a Bernie bro. I don't like Bernie. I don't like his ideas because they don't work. He's an opportunist. And seeing that opportunist take on RFK Jr., it was embarrassing for Bernie, not for RFK. Let's see here. What else do we have to finish up with? Let me once again, I love how computer's just acting all horrible. Please do take the chance to check out. I was speaking Thursday night. No, Thursday night. That's right. It was Thursday night. I was talking to Frank Morano. Give me a second. I was speaking to Frank Morano in Staten Island. While the Staten Island Democrats were trying to convince people that Andrew Cuomo is a great god. Stop for a second. Wait a minute. While the Staten Island Democrats were trying to convince people to forget about the history and the record of Andrew Cuomo, all the corruption, all the death. While they're trying to do that, Republicans and conservatives were with Frank Morano, including also, as you can see in this picture, there is Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis. She spoke at the event. The video does cover her speaking. The bald man on the right in the blue shirt, that's Joe Borelli, who's a former New York City councilman, and Frank will be taking over his seat. We have Dan Donovan all the way to the left. So there is a huge crew of former city councilmen, individuals in Congress, former and current, that were all supporting him. I got to hear several of them speak. I got to record that and made that available for you. Please do check it out. I think the candidate deserves the opportunity to be heard, and the mainstream news media doesn't want to let him be heard. Okay, I think there's one more thing I have. Yes, we're going in 1 minute. You can hear my puppy. He's losing his mind. And last thing, public schools face a deadline to remove DEI. If they do not get rid of the DEI, they should lose their funding. That's ahead of the fact that we should get rid of the Department of Education. Remove the Department of Education, which would prevent things like DEI getting into our schools and infecting and affecting our kids, because they should not be presented with this racist ideology. DEI is racist. And I'm more than happy to have that argument with anyone about how racist DEI is. It is ineffective. It is racist. It divides people. It is horrendous. And the more we teach to our kids, the worse the results will be. That idea came from the federal government and forced it onto all of our school systems. Get rid of the Department of Education, they won't have the ability to mandate this kind of crap on our kids. And then we just have to deal with the local, state, or city regulations on schools to make sure we get our kids back to what we had in the 80s, where they can learn how to read, how to write, how to do math, how to balance a checkbook, maybe learn how to play an instrument, to be able to live their lives and have the skills to be able to do so and have the wisdom to know how to do so. That's what I think is important. So, with that all being said, Peace Logic, I'm glad that you are here with me. I want to thank you for being part of the audience. I want to thank Dow. I want to be able to thank everybody that's been watching the program in part or in whole. I look forward to speaking with you guys very soon. Please keep an eye out. Remember, like, share, subscribe. It matters. It makes a difference, especially subscribe. Makes a huge difference. Whatever platform that you choose, that's up to you. If you can afford $1.50 a month, join my Patreon. Thank you for the donation, the support there. And if you really want to, you could also just go to my PayPal and you can make a donation for a large amount if you want. But again, all I ask for, it's free. Subscribe. I look forward to seeing all the comments, and especially from all the crypto bros. I'm sure that's going to be interesting. I'll talk to you guys very soon. Let me go and take care of my puppy who's going to lose his mind.